Welcome back, folks. It's another great day here on Valiant Renegade. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. Share this sucker out on the social medias. And do leave a comment before you head out today. Because this is where Hollywood comes to get put through the business and financial lens of reality. It's time. Renegade Online. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural stream of the brand new Renegade Nation. Now, we've been talking about this for quite some time. I've told my audience out there that a new channel was coming, and it's here tonight. Now, yes, we are broadcasting primarily at the moment on the main Valiant Renegade channel. And for the last 4.5 years, we have put the Hollywood and entertainment industry through the business and financial lens of reality. Well, it's been high time that we're going to start doing a similar job when it comes to politics, news, and current events. Now, of course, YouTube doesn't want us to mix and match things on one channel. So this is why the Renegade Nation channel was created. And we are currently, right now, co-broadcasting this to the brand new channel. So for those of you watching us on the main channel, good evening. And to those of you watching us on the new channel, good evening as well. Now, the reason we did this on the main channel is because this is where our very devoted audience knows to go. This is where the Renegade Nation knows to come for all the news. So at some point tonight, and I can't promise you when because frankly, I don't know yet, that we are going to shift this entire audience over to the new channel because, of course, one of the things that we need to do is to get this new channel monetized. We're very close in terms of subscribers. Nearly 700 of you have already subscribed to the new channel at Renegade Nation. The link to that is pinned in the chat of the main channel here on Valiant Renegade. But what we need now is watch time. And, well, as sad as the news is out of Los Angeles, frankly, for us, we probably couldn't have picked a better week to start covering the news on this and launch the new channel. So that is exactly what we're doing tonight. Yes, we are going to be looking at live coverage, live footage, and you guys can see down there in the corner next to me, we have a new feature here on StreamYard that we can actually cast the chat into the window here, which I think is amazing because the Renegade Nation is you. It is the chat. It is the people that keep coming here week after week, every Wednesday and Sunday when we do our regular live shows. And yes, even for the special ones like tonight, we're recovering a topic that isn't in the normal zeitgeist of Valiant Renegade, at least for the channel, but certainly in the zeitgeist for Valiant Renegade, the person. And this is why we are doing Renegade Nation. So that is what we are launching tonight. This is what we are going to discuss because when it comes down to it, America is just as much of a passion for me as is Hollywood, which is oftentimes, well, less than American these days. And we've covered that on the main channel, but it's time for a little bit different flavor. So as we go through things tonight, we'll be covering the events live. I've been watching things. We have an ongoing press conference right now with Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, that we want to dive into. So without further ado, we're going to get to that, but I do want to cover some of the generosity here. And again, I wish the second channel was monetized. This is why I opened it up to the main channel, because we have such a great audience that wants to monetarily support this. We have sent the link out for the new channel onto X, but we don't have it monetized yet, so we can't do super chats and memberships over there as of yet. So here we are. Wonka the Sane gifted a Valiant Renegade channel membership. Araxis, my man, Gifted 5 Valiant Renegade channel memberships. Packing Proton says, new scum wants to sue Trump. Brilliant. Yes, we're talking about all of this tonight, and I can't promise you how long we might go. It might be quite a while, depending on how the news unfolds, because as of right now, and I'll pull it up on the screen so everybody can see what I'm talking about. As of right now, we've got quite a bit happening. More Marines are coming in. More National Guard are coming in. Trump just bumped this up another 2,000 National Guard troops. So stay tuned for that. And that puts me behind that thing, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess I have to go over here, but then I've got this in my way. So yeah, there's quite a bit going on. We're getting to all of this. You're not going to miss a thing. James all day for 5. When the California governor election comes around, hopefully Californians will remember all of this when they go to the ballot box. I think there's a lot of great Californians out there, and I think California is a beautiful, wonderful state in terms of the people there and the geography and the beauty of the landscape. But my God, from a term of governance, it is an absolute dumpster fire, and there's no way around this. Maybe we need to get Mexican Iron Man in here tonight. Maybe I should hit up Mike, see if he wants to come by. Tennessee Tornado says, subscribe to the new channel or we riot. Yes, indeed. And again, the link to that new channel is pinned in the chat. When we close the stream, probably at least an hour from now, when we close this stream, it will automatically redirect you. You'll have to click something on the screen. We will automatically redirect you to the new channel. It is co-broadcasting right now. I'm simply going to close this one and send the audience over there to merge. Marcus Quintus for $20. Don't worry, Los Angeles, the U.S. Marines will also be mostly peaceful. Damn fine comment, Marcus. Damn fine. All right, let me get the headphones in. Let's listen to this press conference, and then we have so many things that I have flagged on X, Twitter, that I've got to show you. This is an absolute dumpster fire. And I will say this as a precursor. It is simply this. The federal government, and I don't care if it's Joe Biden or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump or George Bush who's in charge, the Constitution definitively lays at the feet of the federal government, specifically in Article 2 with the executive branch, the powers of immigration enforcement, law enforcement, the power to determine who comes in to our country or who does not. There is a very broad stroke power there that is vested in the executive. And this is what Donald Trump was elected to do, arguably more than any other topic that existed in the American culture. It was immigration. Certainly the economy was a big factor, but immigration itself was paramount to this. And Donald Trump is delivering on exactly what we were supposed to get here in terms of that. So let me pull up the tab here so we can hear the audio, and we're going to get into this because we absolutely need to. This is the press conference that is still ongoing. I've backed it up so we can hear it from the beginning. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who quite frankly reminds me greatly of LaToya Cantrell down here in New Orleans. Just as inept, just as worthless, just as absolutely pathetic, and somebody who has frankly no intention of serving her office based on the oath and the promise that she made to do so.
To the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right, we'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Karen Bass, right
Good
here.
evening, everyone. As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that
Just real quick, the SEIU leader, he is the union leader for government employees, the Service Employees Union, the SEIU. He was arrested for his interference, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, with law enforcement.
Ended up at the federal building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the federal building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know, right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there.
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, generally speaking, it's not like law enforcement are going to announce themselves to the criminals well in advance of them showing up to arrest the criminals. That typically defeats the purpose. But then again, this is Karen Bass, and we are going to give some deference to her lack of intelligence.
But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son.
There's a woman from Guatemala. So are you telling us she's not a U.S. citizen? And she's here illegally? We're going to show you some tweets from Karen Bass later in the show, talking about everyone who calls Los Angeles home. This is Democrat code speak for illegal immigrants, right? They don't say citizens of Los Angeles. They don't say citizens of California. They don't say Americans, right? People who call this home. That is Democrat code speak for including even the migrants, as they call them, the people who aren't supposed to be here, who are violating American law, who are not here in a legal fashion, right? This is how they try to soften the fact that they are committing crimes every day by remaining in this country without authorization.
That were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point, she actually saw him moving into a detention facility. But since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around.
Stop for a second, Karen. I don't understand this. Why would Angelenos, right? Her terminology for residents of her city, the mayor of Los Angeles here. Why would Angelenos be afraid of taking their kids to school and going to work tomorrow? What is it that they would be afraid of if they are actual legal residents, legal citizens, even foreign nationals that might have visas or green cards or work? You know, people that live in Los Angeles, you know, people are asking what's an Angeleno. People that live in Los Angeles, I guess is the terminology. Same things that we say down here in Louisiana. You're a New Orleanian or something like that. But the only people that would be, I would think, afraid of tomorrow, given the lawful presence of federal immigration Leos, right? Law enforcement officers, Leos, would be the people that aren't here legally, the people that are criminals, the people that have invaded the country by illicit means and have stayed here and have been given protection, right? Aiding and abetting, in this case, by the city of Los Angeles and the state of California. I can't imagine that actual citizens are in any way concerned that immigration and naturalization services are going to pick up lawful American citizens tomorrow on their way to work or on their way to school. This doesn't make sense to me, Karen. Karen could not be a more perfect name for her.
But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet, and they will fall out of status and then subject to...
I don't know if using the term in the closet during Pride Month is appropriate, Karen.
To arrest. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning...
Bro, nothing warranted the raids except the fact that you have millions of illegal aliens living in your city that you are harboring. Again, what planet are we on, Karen? What planet are you on? The planet of California? What Marvel MCU multiverse is this woman living in? Everything was fine. It was just a normal Friday. And then they just showed up like nothing was going on. You know what the problem is that Democrats are so used to flouting the laws and harboring illegal aliens in this country that they have no capacity to actually recognize when law enforcement is being properly applied. They are out of their element, right? They're a fish out of water. They don't get it.
Beginning of this administration, we were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants, but I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot.
Because a lot of illegals are at Home Depot, Karen. Jeez.
To people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living. At Home Depot, you have day laborer centers so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be so that it doesn't interfere with the business.
People that are here illegally, in many cases, Karen, you're missing the headline here.
These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government.
Yeah, because the state and the local government have failed their citizenry for decades, including you damn clown. That's the point. Why do you think the federal government is stepping in? This is what America voted for in November. We're tired of this because if a state like California keeps perpetuating this sort of lawlessness, there is virtually nothing to stop it from spreading from there to the other 49.
I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals.
Yes.
And that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously,
You've not seen that happen? Then, honey, your glasses must be absolute blackout shades. Like, you must have the eyes painted on the front of those things. Those aren't actually your real eyes because you can't see out of them. You have to be absolutely freaking kidding me. We have so many videos to go through in this live show tonight of all of this. I mean, this is one of the most absolute ridiculous statements that is so far disconnected from any sense of reality that it begs disbelief. Absolutely begs disbelief that this woman could stand here. Somebody who many have argued, myself included, to be fair, who is so unqualified to hold the position that she's in, much like our own mayor in New Orleans here, who has basically fleeced the city for millions of dollars of personal luxury, right? I seriously doubt this DEI electorate up here is in any way any different, right? No qualification, no skill set, absolutely incapable of running a major city. But yet here she is, because there's probably a lot of dark money out there that has come in, and I'm talking about nefarious left-wing agitating organizations, the same kind of organizations that are paying for what is going on in downtown Los Angeles. It's funny she's saying all this juxtaposed to a live stream window next to her from Fox 11 out of Los Angeles with all of this chaos going on and acting like nothing is happening.
there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots and to call on various secretaries of the administration.
Has anybody said migrant invasion? Let's call it, it's an illegal immigrant invasion, right? This is the thing. Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, they all want to dance over the fact that these are people here illegally. Illegally, right? That's the point. They want to just pretend that doesn't exist. These are just poor, innocent migrants who have a right to be here or whatever. No, wrong. If they did not come in through a lawful point of entry, if they did not follow the lawful procedures of this country, statutory procedures to become a U.S. resident or U.S. citizen, then no, we have to get past this thing of just referring to them as innocent migrants. Give me a break. No, Karen.
To go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city.
It's an accurate description of your city, Karen.
City needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided. We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy...
Yeah, legal immigrants, Karen. Nobody's arguing about legal immigration or legal immigrants. But she refuses. We can make all the jokes we want about which short bus that Karen Bass got off of at the end of the day before this press conference. But the reality is that Karen is fully aware of the delineation between legal and illegal immigrants. And she's deliberately conflating the two because that is the Democrat mantra.
Economy You hit our economy, you scare people from going to work because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging.
Hearing there from Mayor Karen Bass and the chief of police of the LAPD as we continue to watch protests in downtown LA.
That we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Channel 13. Our coverage continues on Channel 11.
We're fortunate in our city to have a well-established institutions that promote and fight for the rights of immigrants. They have protests and rallies.
Welcome to the Fox 11 News at 6. I'm Alex Michelson. We are following breaking news coverage. More protests in downtown LA. The mayor of Los Angeles now speaking about it. Let's listen in.
Many times not even connected to the major protests, takes the opportunity to create havoc and commit vandalism. And I will tell you, it infuriated me, but it also just saddened me to drive through downtown right now and to see the level of obscene graffiti all over buildings. And I just say that anybody that does that, don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting immigrants and vandalize our city. And understand that if you do that, and it is 100% unacceptable, you will be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot.
Talking out of both sides of her mouth. She's literally encouraging this, right? Because her and Gavin Newsom, they're both sitting here talking about how this is all Donald Trump's fault. And again, we have so much stuff to get to. Thank you for watching on the main channel. If you're watching on Renegade Nation on YouTube, thank you for being here. We are building that channel towards monetization. We opened it up on the main channel because we have a lot of supporters that want to send in super chats and membership gifting, and we love the Renegade Nation out here. You guys would make this channel turn. But Karen Bass is talking out of both sides of her mouth. Like, you know, hey, everything's fine. There's no violence. These are peaceful protests, and now she's going into a tangent, whining and bitching about people that have covered half of downtown Los Angeles in graffiti that reads F-U-C-K ICE, F-U-C-K Trump. It's not just on one street corner. It's everywhere right now. This is widespread. And again, Karen wants to obfuscate the facts because she can't deal with reality because she and Gavin Newsom and the Democrat Party are responsible for all of this shit.
A lot of videotape, there's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated
I highly
from the people
doubt
who
it.
are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening.
Yeah,
in
we
our
shouldn't
city.
have raids.
It is not warranted.
The federal government, I'm sorry, I got to stop this so much. Yeah, we need to stop the raids. This is all Trump's fault. This is all the federal government's fault, right? Because they are actually conducting lawful, constitutional business. Enforcing the law is in the name of law enforcement. Right? We're at a point now. Ronald Reagan talked about this decades ago, right? When they had all of the issues at Berkeley when he was the governor of California. And he said, you should have done, he's talking to the leadership of Berkeley, and he said, you should have done something about this. You know, we cannot allow, I think his words were, the young people to think that lawlessness is okay. I'm paraphrasing, but not by much. This is the same thing here. This is the excuse that, you know what, it's the fault of law enforcement for doing their jobs and enforcing the law that is the problem. We were fine here in Los Angeles, allowing citizenry and especially the illegal people that lived in Los Angeles to go ahead and conduct their lawlessness as they saw fit. Everything was fine with this until law enforcement actually stepped in to do their jobs. Get bent.
And the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C.
Right. The chaos wasn't the foreign invasion. The chaos wasn't the illegal aliens invading the country. 20, 30 million. I mean, countless millions just under Joe Biden's administration alone, by design, of course. Right. That wasn't the lawlessness. That wasn't the chaos. That wasn't the problem. The problem is when the American people voted in November and said, we've had enough. That's the problem in this woman's world. Right? Delusional take.
On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not because of the intervention of the federal government. And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up the questions.
Yeah, before we get to the Q&A session, because I'm sure this is going to be a total shit show, let me give you an example here. So in Karen Bass's world, the mayor of Los Angeles, remember, this is the same woman that absolutely botched the response to the California wildfires, right? I don't want to go back down that road again, but let's not forget the disaster of Karen Bass during that fiasco, right? But in Karen's world, when it comes to law enforcement, this is tantamount to saying that, 911 gets an emergency call of a domestic violence situation. And the 911 operator in this case is Karen Bass, who says, you know what, I'm real sorry about this, but you know what, ma'am, I'm sorry your husband is in a drunken rage and is causing a problem, but if we send the police officers over there, it's just going to agitate the situation and make it worse. Tell me I'm wrong. This is the same stupid argument that she's making right now. That the problem is not the fact that California has largely facilitated the violation of immigration law and facilitated the invasion on the southern border. Because California doesn't want to lose congressional seats, let's be honest. That's what this is about. No. The problem comes in when law enforcement comes in to do their jobs. You have to be kidding me.
Whoa.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, we didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding two buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing.
Exactly, because that's where the rioters are trying to most heavily target. By the way, think about this, Karen. If your local police are all called into duty to protect a couple of federal buildings and one intersection on the 101 in downtown Los Angeles, the rest of your city in terms of law enforcement is understaffed, meaning that police are not going to be able to respond to other emergencies out there in a timely fashion. And lives will be in jeopardy because of that. So therefore, if you are incapable of doing the job yourself, which clearly you are, then the federal government has the ability to step in and defend some of these high-value target areas. That way, at least maybe your own police in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles will be free to take care of other normal criminal activity in your city, which I understand is pretty rife.
So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
No one then right here. Have you,
It's funny, I didn't hear these same complaints in 2020 during COVID about experimentation.
been in contact with President Trump or anyone from the administration? And if you could speak to him, what would you say right now?
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we need the National Guard, we can do it in their normal circumstances, which is...
No, you can't. No, you can't give the power back to you. Your governor's a failure. Gavin Newsom is a failure. California is a failed state under his leadership, and arguably leaders that came before him, but certainly under Newsom. This is the problem. Newsom has facilitated this problem. He's not doing anything to try to prevent it. He wants to encourage it. He wants more of it because he wants to be the Democratic nominee for 2028, and he thinks this is his ticket.
The request is made local, and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
And have you been in contact with the administration?
I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
Right here in this You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past 2 years?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I...
That's the crowd control, you retard. That's it. That's the crowd control. That's what they were trying to get into. That's where the most heavy laying of graffiti has happened. That federal building. That's what they're going after. They're going after the federal building because they want to go after federal law enforcement officers. They want to go after federal Leos. That's why they're there, is to keep people from breaking. If the National Guard wasn't standing out in front of that building right now, every window on the first floor would have been smashed in. And there may have been lives lost inside of it. Stupid.
Saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas.
That's crowd control right there. Look at the live shot next to Karen right now. A lot of those are federal officers. That's the federal building. Do you see any protesters crowding up against it right now? They are doing their job from crowd control, but I can't expect much from this brain-dead, witless idiot that the voters of Los Angeles elected to be their leader.
The flashbangs.
Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are being looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals, as you're calling?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered. And I don't know of anybody that identifies with them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer that was out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, put out a word and on social media it draws a crowd.
Mayor Bass, I think a lot of people in this city.
Again, nothing is her fault. Nothing is Gavin Newsom's fault. Nothing is the policy failure of the state of California and the city of Los Angeles. This is all Donald Trump's fault. It's just, my God, it's unbelievable. The amount of self-delusion, or at least the amount of outright lying and gaslighting to the Los Angeles public. Because, and I'm going to single this out to the Los Angeles public because this is who Karen Bass obviously is primarily speaking to for a multitude of reasons. But the reality is that the vast majority of the rest of America is watching this news conference right now, is watching her say, listening to what she's saying, and reflexively gagging on their own choked back vomit. Their eyes are rolling in the back of their head. And believe me, as somebody who has been born and raised in New Orleans for over 40 years, and I have seen some of the shittiest leadership in the history of this country in the last 40 years in my city. I see the same thing in Detroit. I see the same thing in Los Angeles. People that absolutely have no business running a city because they don't know what they're doing, and everything is one big goddamn social justice project, just like this idiot.
He agrees with you, and I'm sure appreciate you speaking up for them. I'm wondering, would it be more powerful if, they got a chance to be lawyered up, to fight back against the fact that they're being tamed potentially against their violating their civil rights. Is there anything that you can talk about providing legal representation? For example, the city of LA just approved a budget with money for legal representation for immigrants. And so and that felt like an uphill battle and more probably maybe needed. there anything that you can say about what can be done about, posting bail, about like?
Let me just say that the immigrant rights organizations that have existed here for a long time are providing that type of support. I cannot see a possibility of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds. Whether or not there are resources
bankrupt.
to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But would it help negate what Trump is trying to do? Trying to deport people, like in a very indiscriminate fashion, seemingly.
Right. It will help to negate it when people have legal help. Yes?
Mayor, if I may, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement overtime?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make
the federal government reimbursing the city for law enforcement overtime. Okay, I'm sorry. The answer to this is no. This isn't an earthquake. This isn't a hurricane. This isn't federally built levees that breached and blew apart and flooded New Orleans because of an Army Corps of Engineers failure. No, this is quite literally a self-imposed problem. California did this to itself. The voters of California have voted for piss-poor leadership for decades, and they have, in return, gotten piss-poor legislation, piss-poor governance. This has all been self-made. California, Karen Bass, her predecessors as the mayors of Los Angeles, Gavin Newsom, many of his predecessors, they have all engineered this over the years. This is what they asked for. Whether they are absolutely cognizant of that or not is another question, but this is what they asked for. Elections have consequences, and your failures in California are not going to be put on the backs of the rest of us in America.
The case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was.
How many times have riots broken out in this city in the past 20, 30 years? I mean, for God's sake. Again, this argument that sending in law enforcement to enforce the law is somehow a catalyst for violence. Give me a break, woman. Go find a brain. And don't buy one on Temu. That might be your first problem.
It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem. And the problem was not happening on Thursday.
Oh, my God.
When it comes to the solutions, the administration has claimed that
the problem has been happening in California for decades, and that is the facilitation of invasion by foreign illegals. That's the problem. Let's stop pretending like this didn't exist.
There's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered...
What they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids and things. When it comes to working with them, would you be considering to give them a list of the violent criminals, particularly focus on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Yeah, they're damn sure not going to give it to you, Karen, or any of your district attorneys, or anybody else in the city of Los Angeles. Why? Because if they give it to you, you're probably going to go call all of these people and let them know they're on a list and to go hide. Or you're going to probably harbor them and hide them yourselves. We've seen that before with certain judges that try to disappear an illegal out of the back of a courthouse recently, did we not?
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue from all the representatives we talked to on the congressional level, 30 days. So what can then we expect? What can we tell both the immigrant population, the city population about what?
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population and other Angelenos, I'm going to do everything I can to keep people safe. And the population of all of Los Angeles needs to know that we will stand with them. We're not going to allow our city to be divided and picked apart. And but you know what you also described is who knows? Yes, maybe 30 days, maybe longer, maybe shorter. How many raids in a given day? Where are those raids going to take place? Who are they looking for? None of that is information that we know. And again, this kind of atmosphere, it creates a chaos in our city. People not sure whether they should go outside, whether they need to stay inside. We did not need this. There was nothing happening in the city that warranted what we're dealing with now.
What a liar. What a
Mayor,
damn liar.
With the National Guard and now the Marines in town, is there any indication that they will take direction from your emergency management center?
They're the federal government, absolutely not. And I hear that the Marines are on the way. I don't know if they really are. You know, I know that there was a post from the administration congratulating the National Guard for bringing peace before they even arrived. They weren't even here, but they were being congratulated for solving the problem, coming in and saving the day that didn't need saving.
How are you getting information about who is coming in? I mean, a lot of us are getting it from Twitter. Is that where you're getting your
I'm getting it from you.
We're going to end right here.
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, I know you had mentioned that there were 5 raids in our area today and 1 in the city. Do you have any more information about, where they occurred, especially here in the city?
No, the one I know of happens to be happened to have taken place at near my grandson's school, so I know that one. But no, I don't know. Claudia Aragon is the director of our Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Yes, we are working closely with the Rapid Response Network, and we are getting the data with them. So as they compile that, they work with us. And as you know, it's very much ongoing. So usually we check back with them at the end of the day. So unfortunately as it happens, they don't tell us, and it happens probably as we speak now. So we'll check back with them at the end of the day, and hopefully those numbers don't.
Because I think the fear is,
Can you come to the mic?
are they just willy-nilly, grabbing people?
Oh, do you want Claudia to come to the microphone?
Claudia, do you mind coming to the microphone?
Let me pause this for a second. I want to catch up on some of these super chats here that have come in. Thank you guys so much. This is on the main channel. We cannot yet get super chats on Renegade Nation. We have a link for that in the chat pinned at the top if you're watching on the main channel. We need to get it monetized, so that's why we're co-streaming tonight. We're going to send everybody over there a little while later. But we have live continuing coverage to go through. Jay says, as a 23-month member, step down Newsom. East Texas Maggie says Karen Bass was trained in revolutionary warfare and subversion during her many decades in the Cuban regime-sponsored Venceremos. I have somebody coming later that is going to be able to say that better than I can. Brigades. Yes, she was a big fan of Castro, was she not, East Maggie? Marcus Quintus says that the law that Gina Carano is using to go after Disney for her firing is unfortunately likely being used against the citizens of California. It is the only way I can think of that keeps these commies in power. They are just saying, maybe. DCV Titan for 2. She could have stopped it. I don't think. No kidding. East Texas Maggie again for 2. She's literally trained on how to create unrest. Talking about Karen Bass. Yes, indeed. DCV Titan for 2. Yeah, stop the raids. Stop letting them in first. No kidding. Marcus Quintus for 5. Fellow citizens of the Renegade Nation, go subscribe to the Renegade Nation now. 307 subscribers needed to break that all-important milestone of 1,000 subscribers. Yes, we're working on that tonight. And the watch time that we need. You still need about 4,000 watch hours to do it on YouTube. So we're going to hopefully make a pretty good dent in that tonight. John Phillips for 2. Wasn't a problem when Obama wasn't a problem when Obama enforced the law. Yeah, I guess not. DCV Titan for 5. Thursday, the city was peaceful. Was it, though? How many crimes were committed and how many by illegals? and or their anchor babies. Deadly Ishtar says, for 27 months, sadly, I live halfway between LA and San Diego. The riots have prevented me from visiting Universal Hollywood this week, just as my pass runs out. That's a shame. Big Daddy MRI, good to see you for 28 months, says, I'm really going to enjoy the Renegade Nation channel. I can tell. Yes, we'll have more of this. Marcus Quintus, this will go down as the Summer of Love 2, mostly peaceful boogaloo. And then we've got Retro Meister for $20. Tucker Carlson made a prediction back in April during his interview with Alex Jones that there would be a racial event, or maybe a radical event, that could trigger the elites to gain the power they need to control free speech indefinitely. Hopefully we're not seeing that here. I mean, I don't think we're seeing it from the feds, but, I mean, these kind of protests right now, they're not protests. These are riots. Yeah, I realize not every single person out there is hucking rocks at police vehicles, but too many of them are. Too many of them are. All right, let me get back in here with this and get this back up. And what I think we need to kind of look at now is I want to kind of go into some of the other things that are going on here. Some of the live stuff. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull that feed back in real quick. I'm gonna pull that feed back in. We're gonna go live. As far as the rest of what Karen Bass says, I honestly, it's frustrating to listen to. Let's bump up to the live section.
And those 5 raids were from today?
Correct.
Okay.
Oops.
And where was one by what school?
She said that one of them was near her grandson's school.
What part of that?
I don't think we were.
LA. But I think there was a question that
I guess the question is, so there's 5 raids today. Where, if
earlier, Alex, and he just came across as totally unhinged to me. It's like he understands that now everyone is seeing what the least disruptive. It's horrifying what we've seen, the chaos that has been unleashed in Los Angeles due to the reckless policies of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, who have, first of all, were complicit in the Biden border crisis where millions of people came into the country. It was worse in California than anywhere. And then they've adopted sanctuary policies, which directly stop ICE and federal immigration authorities from being able to arrest the most dangerous of these folks in custodial settings, in jails, forcing them to conduct targeted operations within the community. And that's what ICE was doing, standard operations targeting people who have criminal convictions or existing deportation orders. The same thing that administrations, Democrat, Republican administrations have done. Barack Obama deported millions of people, and yet you had the likes of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, as well as state-funded NGOs, by the way, that essentially egged on these rioters. And so we saw unbelievable acts of violence, scenes that you've all been playing on your station, of cars being lit on fire. This should not be happening anywhere in our country. And frankly, the blame lies with the governor and the mayor and those who have advanced the policies that brought us to this point.
You know, they make the argument.
You know, again, you're going to notice a lot of foreign flags, a lot of Mexican flags in particular, being waved by these protesters out there, which doesn't seem to really help their argument very much.
That the sanctuary policy actually makes us more safe because they say it creates more trust in the community, that way you don't have a bunch of people who are living here illegally being afraid to come forward and talk to police if they're the victims of the crime or a witness to a...
Right. That makes it so much safer, the sanctuary things, right? Because that way, if you tell the criminals that they won't get in trouble, they'll stop committing crimes. Jeez.
Crime, and that they're able to do community-based policing better without people constantly being afraid of being deported. What's your response to that argument?
Well, remember, Alex, the sanctuary law only applies to criminals. It's a special protection for people who not only came to the country illegally, but also have committed a crime. And it says that we're not going to honor a detainer request from ICE. So that is the least disruptive, safest way to do immigration enforcement when it comes to these people who are sort of at the top of the list and have criminal histories and are considered threats to public safety, is to simply transfer custody within a custodial setting. And the sanctuary law prohibits that very thing from happening. And so that's why ICE is forced to do these targeted operations within the community. And so I think that
exactly. And that's the point. He just hit the nail on the head. The whole point of these sanctuary laws in these individual cities like Los Angeles or in states like California is to put up massive barricades between local law enforcement and many would argue illegal barricades between local law enforcement and federal immigration authorities, which again, constitutionally, the power of immigration enforcement, the power of dictating how immigration is going to work rests squarely, unequivocally, constitutionally in the hands of the federal government. And under Article 2 of the Constitution, the power of enforcement rests squarely and constitutionally with the executive. This is simple. So no, if you're going to pass sanctuary laws that are designed to protect and harbor criminals, which by definition illegal aliens are, right? Then your legislature, your city council are passing things that are absolutely opposed to constitutional supremacy. And it doesn't fly. And we're acting like, oh, well, no, this is what we're doing here. It's the same argument that we could have about stupid, idiotic places like California and many others, to be fair, although certainly a minority of the states in this country. Take it from somebody who knows. When it comes to your Second Amendment rights, right? The ability to open carry, conceal carry, shit, even go out and buy a firearm, right? How hard is it to do that in places like New York and California? Constitutionally, they have no authority to put in all of these barriers there, but they do it anyway. Same with this. Yes, we are a nation of sovereign states, but no. There are certain things that in 1789 were expressly ratified and turned over to the federal government. And immigration was one of them. By the way, we have a very special guest joining us, and I'm so glad he's here because, of course, I'm too white, and we need somebody here who is certifiably not white to chime in on this situation. Welcome to the stage, our oldest friend on YouTube, somebody who's been with us a very long time here on the Renegade Nation as we launch this brand new channel tonight. Mexican Iron Man!
Hello, senor. I am your subject matter expert, senor. I am here to discutir el político y hablar sobre la situación en Los Ángeles y todo lo que está pasando. Muchísimas gracias, senor White Guy. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, indeed. All right. So we've been watching this, and I'm gonna keep running this in the background so we can kind of get caught up. But I'm gonna mute it.
Just completely without merit, especially when you consider the fact that it's the sanctuary policy itself that serves to entice.
All right, there we go. Of course, I can still hear it in here. I have to go back out.
Why is the screen all weird?
I know the screen is all weird. Well, you know we're launching a new channel tonight.
Are we on the
Nation.
new channel?
Well, we are on both. We are on both the main channel, Valiant Renegade, and we are also on Renegade Online.
Haven't you?
Yep.
Can we for this political topic?
Or excuse me, Renegade Nation. I said Renegade Online.
I came up with the name for the show.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, the Beaner and Cajun Show.
Oh God.
And just so you know, I'm not being racist because I actually do have some barbecue beans I'm eating. And since I'm the one eating them, I can be the beaner, and it's not racial. See, get
Lord.
it? And then you are the Cajun.
Yeah. Well, we've had a lot going on here today, and Mike, I thought you would be a great person to have on here for this one because, you know, not only obviously with your ethnic heritage here for sure, but more importantly, you used to be a very legal, I might say, citizen of the failed state of California, and you're no
Yes.
longer.
Born in California, raised in California, went to elementary, junior, and high school in California, went to college at Stanford in California. Had a brief stint where I was in Florida and around the world working for Exxon. Then I went back to California in 2004 and was there until I left in 2021. I know California well. I was politically active. I had businesses in LA, Santa Monica, throughout Northern California. And I know and I was a leftist bleeding heart Democrat and a fundraiser. I raised tons of money for the Democrat Party and elected many a politician at the local, county, and state level with my activism and my money and the money I raised from clients at the time. Yeah, I had businesses throughout Southern California. I had 3 main accounting offices, one in Santa Monica, one in San Francisco, one in San Jose. But I had a lot of, for a couple of years, I had a bunch of retail tax offices all over. I know the streets of LA like super well. And of course, I was born in Van Nuys. And, you know, had Mexican Iron Man not seen the light, I might be right there on the front lines. Because I used to be so hard left that I would make AOC seem like a hardcore MAGA. That's how leftist I used to be.
Yeah,
Peaceful
I mean, look.
protest.
Yeah, exactly. And look,
peaceful protest.
This is, I mean, the stuff that I have, and I want to go through some of these. And again, this is a live feed that you have on the screen right now. This is being live fed from, I believe, the Associated Press. If Disney ABC Los Angeles picks up again, which, speaking of, wait till you see what we show you from there. That Disney ABC is run by actual retards. It is one of the most blindingly, I mean, this is going to make the mostly peaceful protests thing from CNN years ago. I think it was CNN with the entire building engulfed in flames behind them. It's going to make that seem like that was an intelligent comment. So, I mean, I absolutely can't wait. Yeah, just real quick. John S. for $5, fiery but mostly peaceful. It's like 2020 all over again. Exactly, just what I was saying. John S. again for $5. Tim Pool talking about Civil War for the last 2 years, not looking like an idiot now. Hopefully, he's still wrong. Big Daddy MRI, boom, first LOL for $5. Thank you for being here, Big Daddy. And we got your super chat earlier. He said you're going to like this new Renegade Nation channel. I hope you do. Tennille89 for $10. I'm in walking distance from the federal building. Most of my friends are Hispanic or Mexican. I can say without hyperbole that no one is more livid at the protesters than them. What else need be said? Mike, there you go.
Yeah, what people aren't realizing is that there are a lot of people like me that are patriotic Americans that happen to be of Mexican or some other Hispanic descent. What we have here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is we have a few different types of peoples. We have your hardcore leftist crackers, the usual leftists, which includes 2 groups, which would be your progressive liberal leftists, and also those that aid and abet them, which I call the do nothing retard classical liberals, who piously stand on there. Well, I'm a classical liberal and I believe this and I believe that. There are no more classical liberals. Get out of here with your 1963 President Kennedy horse shit.
Yep.
So
I look. Let me tell you what, and we're gonna get back to this.
Let me just finish this quick thought. So,
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of this whole thing comes down to a simple question: do you believe that this country should have borders, or not? Do you believe that people should illegally be allowed to live in this country and prosper from this country, or not? I say no. Fuck no, for a whole bunch of reasons. But hell the fuck no. And a lot of people, like those in my family, going back 2 or 3 generations, did it the right way and the slow way. That took a long time.
Yeah.
That, where you actually had to go through a process, and then at the end of the process, guess what? Pledge an oath to this country.
Yep.
Versus just walking through an open fence, taking what you can out of this country and sending it back to whatever dirtbag country that you came from.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And like I said, you're speaking from, the personal lived experience, the kind that the left so frequently celebrates, right? And again, here's look at the image right now, Mike. There have been one or two. I'll grant them that. But most of what I've seen have been flags not of the United States of America being waved.
Of course not.
In these crowds.
Of course not. It's disgusting. Why hold up a flag for a country you yourself aren't willing to go back and live in?
That's just it. It's. I keep wondering. It's like, well, if that, then go back there. Like suddenly that becomes a racist coming to say, go back to where you came. Well, no, you're saying that because, well, if you think this place sucks so bad, and this is what you want to champion, then why be here? Like, if I was really disgusted with something or a situation, I would leave. I'd go somewhere else. But we all know what's going on here. But, there's so many stories that have come out today. I don't know how many of these videos or clips you've seen from today. There is so much I've tagged. I don't think I've ever tagged this much stuff on X.
I've been doing work and this has been in the background all day long.
I can believe it. All right. Well, let me go ahead and pull some of these up. And I'm going to
While
have
you're
to take
doing
this
that,
out.
I'm going to shout out to X Machina 70. As a white man, I'm done accepting all these assholes who hate my country. Absolutely, you should be fed up, because it's only by the grace and generosity and philanthropy of the people that built this country, which mostly were white, by the way, that people like me had an opportunity to prosper in this country. I appreciate every day. Shocking and breaking news, people. Mexican Iron Man does not want my indigenous lands back. Shockingly, Mexican Iron Man likes his drywall, his working HVAC, and he likes driving his car on the asphalt up to his house on Hilton Head Island, because I enjoy my white man constructed pool, who I do know the guy who built it. He's a great guy. He talks like this, with a southern accent, the fella that,
You live in Hilton Head, dude. That's going to come with the territory.
Yeah, so I get a lot of southern speak here. I like my golf course right here behind me, here in the Hilton Head Island. Mexican Iron Man does not want to go back and live down by the river in a teepee looking for salmon in the morning. No.
Wait. Did you say down by the river?
Yes, I do not want to be down.
You're probably saying to yourselves, hey, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get the world by the tail and wrap it around and pull it down and put it in my pocket. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're probably going to find out as you go out there that you're not going to amount to jack squat.
I couldn't help it. I had to do the Matt Foley thing.
That was freaking awesome.
I love the baby.
All right,
AI
I'm done
stuff.
yapping.
All right, no. I want to kind of get to this because this is fat. There's so much stuff here. I love this. Antonio Brown is still the champion of X, in my opinion. He had a great poster. He put this up. Okay, so you see the post he's got here right now, AB. So let me show you what Antonio Brown is doing right now. I have to go back. It's the easiest way to go find it is here because I reshared it because I laughed so damn hard. Gavin Newsom, we're suing Donald Trump. Antonio Brown, I had sex with your wife, Gavin.
Jesus Christ. Wow, and I thought I was offensive.
I mean, Antonio Brown, I swear to God, I wish I could still draft him in NFL fantasy leagues. I freaking love the guy. He's so hilarious. So he followed it up with that picture I had up a minute ago, just to make it clear. God bless him. He is a treasure. I mean, I don't always agree with him on everything, but I mean, that dude cracks me the frick up when it comes to X. All right, I'm going to go back here to some of these bookmarks. So we have this I want to play.
Enforcing immigration law.
This is Tom Homan, the head of the head of basically all the immigration stuff right now when it comes to Border Patrol, national security, southern border, all that kind of stuff. Tom Homan is the man.
Well, I say leaving. Well, as a matter of fact, we got over 100 teams out today enforcing immigration law, and we're going to flood the zone. I've said for a month, sanctuary cities, you don't want us to arrest these bad guys that you just listed out. We could arrest them in safety and security of the county jail, but they won't let us into jail. They release them into the community, which means we got to send a whole bunch of teams in the community to find this dangerous person that don't want to be found.
All right, you listen to what he's saying here. I want everybody to really understand this. What he's saying is, we don't have to do everything that's going on right now. The ideal situation would be to have local law enforcement cooperate properly with federal law enforcement when it comes to immigration and hold these certain folks that are in the country illegally until federal officials can get in there and take custody. Because, again, this is a federal issue, not a local issue, not a city issue, not a county issue, not a state issue. If it's an immigration issue in terms of an illegal alien, this is a federal issue. But they're not doing that. They're letting them out because they're illegals, and they don't want the feds. They don't want Tom Homan and Donald Trump and ICE to come in there and get them. So they let them back out into the community, which then compels federal law enforcement in an endeavor to actually do their frickin' job to then send in a lot of extra bodies, federal bodies, to go in there and round these people up.
So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More officers in the communities and more officers in worksite. We can't arrest them in jail or arrest them in the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we're going to increase worksite enforcement operation. We're going to flood the zone. And based on what LA's doing
like
right now,
Home
we're going
Depot.
to continue to flood the zones. We're going to be there tonight. We're going to be there tomorrow. We're going to be there every day in the next 4 years, arresting public safety threat illegal aliens. We're not going to apologize for doing it. So we're not going anywhere, Jesse. We're going to do the job the American people voted Donald Trump in office for. We're going to make America safe again, one illegal alien criminal at a time. And this is another reason we need the big, beautiful bill passed so we can hire more ICE agents, get more technology, and help us find these people. Look, we got over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. We're outnumbered. You want more criminals taken off the street? You want more efficient operations? Then they need to pass this bill and fund ICE and fund the Border Patrol to keep President Trump's promise to the American people.
So there you go. I mean, I'm not going to talk about, that's a whole different topic as far as this new budget bill. And I know there's some issues with it, which I agree. There are a lot of issues with it. A lot of things I'm not happy about. But I want to compartmentalize that for a second because we don't have time to get into that rabbit hole in this show.
I mean, it's pretty basic math. You now have, things have been so jacked up under the Democrat Biden rule. You have hundreds of thousands of children that cross the border unaccompanied that are lost forever. God knows what they're doing, where they're at, and no one cares, especially not the Democrats that let them in. Number two, you have all the millions of retards from all these low-value countries of low-value people that are coming here. You know, it's not exactly like we're getting rocket scientists coming over here, and people don't understand basic economics. Well, this is a financial channel. Mr. Valiant Renegade up here, or that
Sorry.
That guy, one of the smartest men I've ever met, right? Which is why we get along.
I try.
And, finance guy, me a tax. Look, let's break the numbers down. When you flood, your little Christian American Protestant heart wants to say, let's let them in and give them a chance. But then we don't vet them. We let them walk in. They're from God knows whatever country with God knows whatever background. And whether they're either criminal or they're not criminal, like our Maryland man. I was so fired up that he's getting his due process, you Democrat retards. The guy you fought for. He's getting his process, that human trafficker, moron Democrats. Anyway, so either they're criminal or they're not. And if they're not, let's be real basic here. When these people come, newsflash, brown folks, we have a lot of kids, quickly. And when we come into this country, from whatever country we come from illegally, we're like draining your hospitals of services that are needed, draining your schools of educational services that are needed. And guess what? when you're bitching that your gas costs more and your eggs cost more and your rent or housing costs more, guess what? We're willing to help your inflation go along. And I'm saying we, not because it's really me, because I'm an American and I bleed red. But I'm just saying we, because, brown folks are coming to this country and this is what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you wonder, why don't you have any savings and why do you have to put more on your credit card? Well, it's because of this crap. It's supply and demand. There's so much of supply of something called the American dream. And then you open the floodgates for whoever to come in and demand it. And guess what? These morons are coming in, taking U.S. dollars and sending them back to whatever shitbag, dirtbag country. It's not like they're reinvesting it here. They're not. They're not. Look up the statistics. Do your own research.
Yeah,
we're going to be the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is lost. It's fallen. Within 20 to 30 years, there were white people that in the UK will be a minority in their own country.
And I don't even know if it'll take that long.
Probably not. What's worse is that in this country, it didn't really matter what your background is, so long as you embrace the American dream. You could be Irish, you could be British, you could be anything, right? You could be from any place on the planet, any color skin. You just had to adopt the ethos of the American dream as our founding fathers envisioned. But no, these communist, leftist, retard dirtbags don't want to embrace any of that crap.
Nope. They don't want it. And then you get American politicians that back them up. So are you ready for some Adam Schiff?
Oh, God, this moron?
Yes, this moron.
Oh.
So I'm in Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles. I was here to observe what's going on, but also to show my support at a bail hearing involving David Huerta. David was arrested 2 or 3 days ago. He is a very prominent union and community leader, the president of a very important
the SEIU, the Federal Government Labor Union,
observing the immigration sweeps.
Old school mafia hitmen.
He was injured during that arrest. I'm pleased that he's been granted bond by an agreement between the government and his defense counsel, so he will be released from custody. Things are peaceful here in Los Angeles. I hope and pray that they stay that way.
Things are peaceful here in Los Angeles. This delusional bullshit. I swear to God, these Democrats, they all read from the same playbook. They all tell the same lies. They all do the same gaslighting. I mean, this idea that everything we have seen so far, and we still have so many video clips to go through, that this has been peaceful. I have something I tell you what. On this one. Let me finish this clip, and then I'm going to play the next one to follow this up. But Adam Schiff, just like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, are all running the same absolutely ridiculous bullshit campaign. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe what you see. Now, again, unfortunately, there is a far too oversized portion of the populace in this country that fall for this because they believe these charlatans, these con artists, hook, line, and sinker, right? Even when they see what they see on television, they still deny what they see.
The folks who are being impacted by these immigration sweeps do not want violence done in their name. Violence is never justified. It's never justified against anyone, not against the law enforcement officers here. So outside people.
Then why do people like Adam Schiff and his political party, I mean, it's undisputed that they have funded a lot of this activity. Monetarily funded it, helped organize it. I mean, maybe not.
Bro, an hour and a
personally,
half ago, there were trucks driving up with people with mask face coverings coming out they're like $60 each, and 2 trucks came up and dropped them off to the protesters. That just happened an hour ago.
I saw the masks. Yeah, I was watching it live happen. I think Jeremy was casting that.
Agitators, whoever, just stay the hell out. And as for the President of the United States, commandeering the guard over the opposition of the governor was a pointless and incendiary action. It has made matters worse. and now mobilization of the Marines.
I think he just ran over a cop. Did you see the bump? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was a joke, YouTube.
Marines also just inflammatory and unnecessary. You've got plenty to do in your job, so do it. Right now, you should be focused on this reckless tariff wars and putting an end to this big ugly bill that will cut people off of health care, not just trying to escalate things in Los Angeles. And as for your call to arrest our governor, that's just plain dumb. So do your job and stop.
He didn't actually really call to arrest the governor. He was asked if he would, and he said, I guess if Tom Holman wants to do it, that's probably a good idea.
I want him to do it.
Yeah, look, there is a legal premise there, a very arguable legal premise there, considering what Gavin Newsom has engineered over time. But let me back out of this, because there is, I absolutely, to this, everything is peaceful, everything is fine. This is one of the best mashups, and I clipped this early. We got to get back to a lot of, look, this is right now, I'll just say this is the face right now. This is the face of these peaceful protests right here. They are going 24 hours to live create commercials for Republicans in 2026.
I have a question, because
Yes,
you're a
sir.
smart white guy. How come why would someone like show a flag of a country they don't themselves want to go back to? And here's the funny thing. Why is that? That's dumb, right? Now here's the funny part. Here's a little known fact. I'm going to let you white people in on a little secret here. Okay. And I'm calling out the Latinos that are in the US who are going to back me up on this 100%. Fun fact. All of these California brown dudes that are raising their Mexican flag, the vast majority of them are U.S. California Chicano Democrat leftists who they themselves probably, like me, barely speak fluent Spanish. And if any of them actually did go back to Mexico, wouldn't be welcome. So basically what they are is they're not being patriotic to the United States, to the country that gives them the roof over their head, the money in their pocket, and the opportunity to pursue their life's dreams. And simultaneously, at the same time, guess what? The Mexicans themselves don't want to have anything to do with U.S. Mexicans. The only reason that Mexicans themselves care about Mexicans in the U.S. is hopefully they're sending money back to them that are still in Mexico and they regard themselves as being Mexican. Because the Mexican Americans that are in the U.S., they're not welcome by real, quote, real Mexicans.
Mm-hmm. No, and this is a live scene right now, because again, we're going to be switching back and forth into this. This is a live scene right now, being pumped in by the Associated Press. You can see now it looks like we have Los Angeles County or City of Los Angeles police that are advancing into the protest crowd. They are pushing them back. They are trying to clear the area. It seems like the orders to disperse are going out. Let me pull the volume up here real quick. The pops you're hearing are from combination of flashbangs, smoke grenades. These are all non-lethal weapons. I just want to let everybody know what you're looking at here. You see how all of the weapons that the law enforcement officers, the Leos, are holding, they all are obviously not. They all either have a neon color. Oftentimes, and this is to delineate between lethal and non-lethal weapons when it comes to Leos out there, law enforcement officers around the country, you'll either see something that is bright neon green, bright neon orange. Those are non-lethals. Smoke grenades could be a 40 millimeter or 40 mic, as Donut Operator loves to call them. The big rubber rounds that are just designed to put you down on the ground without penetrating a body and killing you. Non-lethal options. They're trying to drive these people back. We knew this was coming, and I have a feeling it's going to go late into the evening. starting to look like a fairly kind of a standard tactic here where
Yeah,
they're
so
gonna
what let me
advance
make
block
sure
by
man's going to
block.
throw in some tactical knowledge here. So you'll notice that the slings are in green and the what looks like shotguns are covered in green. That's so that they know that they're non-lethal tactical weapons that are designed for riot and crowd control. Now, interestingly enough, you know how there's all this talk of the Marines coming in?
Mm-hmm.
Have you actually seen the riot control special unit Marines that might be called and deployed? Have you actually seen what they do?
They better hope that they don't encounter.
Oh, let me say, I'm going to share a video with you. We should watch that for about 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead. It's a YouTube video, and it's a U.S. military one, so we won't get hit for it. Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm going to say, like, if I back it up a bit, you'll see here, you know, how this progressed. They started at one intersection, and they start a slow march. They start a slow move. They advance them down a block. They move them another block. They move another block to clear the area out, right? And that's the idea of this. Move back, right? Because here's the problem with these guys. Here's the problem with these protesters is that there's no way for the Leos on scene to sit there and frisk 200, 300, 400, 500 people, 1,000 people. There are people in this crowd that they are trying to disperse that very well could be sitting there with firearms, Molotov cocktails. We've seen that. We've seen large chunks of concrete thrown at police and police vehicles in attempts to unalive law enforcement officers. Many situations of it. That's one of the videos I wanted to get to. Mike, I know you got something. Let me show this real quick because I thought this was one of the most perfect videos, honestly,
yeah, and the
out
technique
there.
that they're using is that what they're basically doing is the technique they're using is to keep them not only away from the federal building, but away from the freeway overpasses where they were attacking and stopping traffic. And what they do is they line up and they gradually walk super slow. So like in the course of, say, a block an hour, a block every half hour, they're basically letting them, because if they go dramatically, then that's going to incite the crowd to like push back and
exactly.
So they just go slow, 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 slow is what they're doing.
It's a slow walk. This is to everybody out there in all the news media, the CNNs, the Disney, ABCs, all these other derelict organizations out there that are lying. Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Adam Schiff, Maxine Waters, arguably the most brain-dead, retarded person that's still alive in Congress. Let me give you this one here.
The LA County Police say that they have it under control. Carrying a flag is not illegal, as you know. What did happen in 1992 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real riot.
Video after video has shown that these agents are the ones provoking protesters and also making up, aggression by these protesters that later video shows people were not aggressive.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests, people that are there to protest.
Mostly
the
peaceful.
President is sending the National Guard because he doesn't like the scenes. He doesn't like the scenes of people peacefully protesting.
The unrest is isolated. LA is home to millions of people, most of whom are having a normal day here on Sunday.
You know, you've heard reports that there are riots on the streets of Los Angeles. That is not what's happening across the city of Los Angeles.
Governor Newsom's right. There wasn't anything like a riot happening on Friday, Saturday.
We just witnessed a protester thanking a National Guardsman for his service here in California.
LAPD, by most estimates, had this under control last night.
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now. Things in LA are calm. There was a protest that got a little unruly late at night.
There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened.
That is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn.
Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by honking.
That was Disney ABC.
Go back one more time. I got to hear that one more. A bunch of wait, what?
Watch. Okay, wait. You haven't seen that one, Mike? All right, I have it. I saved it. I
think Nick made me listen to this earlier, but I don't think I got it. I don't think I
want. Look, here's some more.
Oh, he got fucked.
Get down! Get down!
Oh!
This is a video. This is a video of the peaceful protesters trying to unalive law enforcement officers. They are hurling giant blocks of concrete from 30 feet up on an overpass. They are hurling them as hard as they can. Look at the police vehicles. They are throwing them at the police officers, at their vehicles. They are trying to kill them.
Fuck! Oh!
Fuck yeah. The response here by law enforcement should have been to return fire up on that ridge to whoever had a rock in their hand, to a piece of concrete that was trying to kill them. That would have been a proper and lawful response.
Yes, that's a yes, because
yeah. I mean, there is, look, people are like, I don't understand. They were only armed with rocks. Dude, a 5-pound rock hurled at your head can kill you. That is the very definition of deadly force. And it's an unlawful use of deadly force that by law can be met with deadly force in response to defend yourself. Police officers have a right to go home at the end of the day, just like you or I do. But to your point, you wanted to hear that ABC thing, and I had saved this. This is it. This is it. You want to hear the whole clip, Mike?
And turn what
this is it. Let me pull this up. In fact, I need to mute. I have another audio channel in the background that's still going. All right. So you wanted to hear that clip again. Mike, this is Disney ABC. Not just like ABC as a channel. This is Los Angeles's ABC. This is the main West Coast channel that the Walt Disney Company actually still owns, the master affiliate in Los Angeles, just like they do the one in New York. Here it is. You're about to hear the most retarded thing you have ever heard.
Large group of people, it could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
These are
why are these white liberal leftists so dumb?
These are Walt Disney Company employees. Ladies and gentlemen, these are Walt Disney Company employees. People are telling me you can't hear it. Was it too quiet? All right, let me turn it up. I'll play it one more time. Here we go.
I'll mute.
Here we go. Here we go. No, I didn't have the volume all the way up because I forgot to reset it. My apologies, chat. Here we go. I'm going to play this one more time. A Walt Disney Company employee out of ABC 7, the master West Coast ABC station out of Los Angeles for the Walt Disney Company.
So a large group of people, it could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
So
what timeline are we living in?
I don't know.
This short bus. It's just people. This is what they said. Disney ABC Los Angeles just said these are just people out there having fun watching cars burn. Like the cars, Mike, did you know that these cars just spontaneously combusted? And everybody out there right now waving Mexican flags or whatever the hell else they're waving out there that are throwing 5-pound bricks of steel and concrete at police officers' vehicles, at their heads, trying to kill them. They're just out having fun, Mike, trying to watch some cars burn.
Is that all? Is that what's happening? Is that it? They're just having fun, Valiant? Is that what it is?
I mean, I don't even know what to do with this because, I mean, pardon my French, but we are at a level of fucking retardation that I have never heard before. I mean, this puts the CNN shit from years ago to pale comparison with mostly peaceful protests as the building is burning behind them. We now have a mental midget out there that is telling us, and I think we have his name here. It might have been, Mark Brown, ABC7's Mark Brown, an anchor for ABC, Walt Disney Company, the Bob Iger Company, okay, telling us in no uncertain terms that once again,
large group of people, it could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
Again, this mental disorder, this complete mental dysfunction of the American left never ceases to amaze me. Once again, reciting the same insanity that we are hearing from the likes of Gavin Newsom, from the likes of Karen Bass, from the likes of Adam Schiff, from the likes of all these other, Maxine Waters, the driver of the short bus, for God's sake. These people that, again, it's not the fault of the criminal. It's the fault of the law enforcement officer that comes in and tries to stop it. Mike, you weren't here yet earlier. I made the comparison. I said, this is like saying that, if you had a person call in to 911 and say a domestic abuse victim calling into 911 saying, help me, I'm in trouble. My spouse is drunk and about to beat me and is threatening to kill me. And the 911 operator responds with, okay, can you get out of there? Because I think if we send the police over, it might just agitate the situation. I mean, this is the same shit. I mean, tell me I'm wrong, because I mean, it's absolute insanity in this regard. I mean, it's I don't even know what to do with this anymore. I genuinely don't. But yeah, so we are, I'm trying to work through some of these videos, and we are going to send folks over. Like I said, we are co-streaming right now. And for those of you that don't know, again, it's pinned at the top of the chat. We're trying to work towards building the new channel where this type of content will be regularly featured as opposed to the main channel. And Mike, you sent me something. Is that that was from
I can share it. Let me share it.
Go ahead and share it. And let me run this. Folks, please make sure you head over, for those of you already watching over there, and I think we've got about 100 plus watching on a brand new channel. We have no content on it. Renegade Nation, because this is the new home for this type of content. Yeah, so get on over there, check that link at the top of the chat. That'll take you over to Renegade Nation, so that when we do, again, I don't know how many live shows we're planning to do, some, but it's going to be mostly video content. But for right now, we've obviously got to drive the watch hours up on Renegade Nation, to get it over the hump for monetization.
I have a suggestion / complaint.
Yeah.
Okay, I see on my screen here that you've got your live chat embedded onto the screen.
I do.
Bro, don't do that. Like, that's what Culture Casino does. Let me tell you why. Because everybody's watching you and they already see the live chat. It's like the live chat's like there's two of them now. Like,
it's a beta situation on. I wanted to see how it worked. It's a new thing on StreamYard. So watch 1, 2, 3, click. It
looks
not
awful.
There.
It looks awful.
Okay.
In my opinion. Well, I mean, look, I probably should tell you this offline, but all right. Anyway, so you've heard news that the Marines are on the way, and there was just about an hour and a half ago there's reports that another 2,000 in addition to the other 700 are on the way. So Mix and Ironman did a little bit of digging. My dad was a Marine, and but I didn't, didn't really know that Marines did this kind of thing. Before presenting a screen, remove the other media. Okay, I got to remove that. Add that. All right. So we're not going to show this whole. We're just going to give you a quick little 2-minute snippet of the particular unit and what they're trained in. That if they're deployed and if the people get turned into a riot from their peaceful protests, what we might expect to see. Here, let me blow this up. Here we go.
This is your fault. We got all day. We ain't moving. We're not moving. No. Hey, we're not moving. So do we. Well, we get paid. Yeah, we're getting paid. You did nothing wrong. We're just
So that's who's coming in.
Yeah. What's it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little choppy on my end, but I can see it. Yeah, I mean, this is and look, this is why they need to do this stuff, right? I mean, because again, if local law enforcement was A, capable, or B, and this is what's more important that everybody needs to understand, allowed to actually do their jobs, this would be a different story, right? I mean, that's kind of the issue. And when you have a problem like this with the leadership of Los Angeles, which again, here's another clip. I'm going to play everybody. This is another clip of Karen Bass. This is the problem right here. Okay? This is the problem right here. Oops, clicked the wrong button. There we go.
I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night.
Again, listen to what she just said. If law enforcement had not come in to enforce the law, we wouldn't have the problems that we have right now. Are you absolutely shitting me? She just said it. Listen to this dumb woman again.
I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you that it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium.
This is it. I cannot believe, like, this is how stupid this woman is, Mike, is that she is just saying all the quiet parts out loud. She probably thinks right now that there's intelligence flowing from her lips when it is nothing more than absolute
The people
Marxist
were out of control in the streets.
idiocy.
By sending people to control the streets, we're going to make the streets more uncontrollable. We shouldn't send people out because it makes things uncontrollable.
Well, that's just it. She's saying, now listen to this part again. So we covered the first part. Listen to the second part here, because it just gets worse the more this woman talks.
Last night, I will tell you that it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be.
Okay, why do you think that ICE has not coordinated with you on where the next raids will be? I think it's pretty goddamn obvious. I think it's because that you and the rest of the city leadership and all the criminals that you have in this city would then try, as you already have numerous times, to thwart law enforcement officers from doing their jobs.
That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and...
Okay, so that's the concern, is that we're not being told, or that when they come in, they do stuff, and the people in this city have a rapid response network. What the hell does that mean? Who is funding this? What George Soros organization is coordinating this rapid response out here? Seriously. I mean, she is saying all of the quiet parts out loud right now. Karen Bass is telling you our concern is that the people here are going to find out where law enforcement are going to show up, and then they're going to try to obstruct the jobs of law enforcement officers. They're going to get in their face. They are going to try to kill law enforcement officers, as we just showed you video of. They are going to throw giant 5 and 10 pound bricks of concrete and steel rebar at officers' vehicles, at their heads, at their bodies, right? And this is all the fault, according to this woman, the mayor of Los Angeles, the fault of law enforcement.
And they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary. Nothing was happening here. Los Angeles was peaceful before Friday.
Except for all the illegal aliens that you've been harboring. Unbelievable. These people are beyond delusional here. Here's another video. Here. I don't need the audio for this per se, but here's some more peaceful protesters breaking into a sneaker store to steal a bunch of this. I think this is actually like the Jordan store in Los Angeles. They just decided to smash in and go help themselves to a bunch of $300 tennis shoes because why not? Again, this is law enforcement's fault, according to California leadership. I genuinely don't understand what this is. I don't understand how these people think that this is somehow just normal or whatever. It's beyond me. It's absolutely beyond me. I mean, Mike, does this seem like peaceful stuff to you?
No, this would not be peaceful at all. In fact, when I was at Stanford, and being a hardcore leftist, I was invited to attend advanced training and how to protest. In fact, I went to my first protest when I was at second year Stanford, and I was like, okay, these guys are way too lefty for me. Even they were too lefty. They were the League of Revolutionary Struggle. An international organization based at college campuses around the U.S. In the 80s and 90s. They renamed themselves in the 2000s. And we took over the president's office at Stanford. And I learned a lot about these people. Mostly what I learned is that they were like, they're basically communists. And I was like, okay, I know I'm a lefty. I knew I was a lefty lunatic, but I didn't want to be that lefty lunatic. So I pulled away from them. But, it's all Solinsky stuff, and it's all finance. All these groups are financed. When we took over the president's office, even then, it's a small little operation like that, 300 people. Even then, we were getting funding from, I don't know where we got the funding, but we got funding for our flyers. We got funding for all kinds of stuff, food, drinks, backpacks, all kinds of shit, because we didn't know how long we were going to be sheltered up there once we took it over. And I don't know where the money came from, but it came from someone outside. It wasn't us. It's not like we each pitched in $5 to $20 each. And in fact, interestingly enough, even in college, when they told us if we skipped classes to do this stuff, or we had to skip work because a lot of us were on work study, they would pay us for the time that we were there if we couldn't go to our work study jobs. So that was kind of interesting too.
Well, that's been kind of the biggest problems here. I'm going to switch over to another feed here in just a minute, but I'm going to play the rest of this. And people have been alerting me in the chat. I apologize again. This is another YouTube has been. I'm really pissed off at YouTube right now. They've been somehow they have reset everything to default with these automated ad inserts during live shows. I am not doing that. YouTube is doing that.
Well,
I
if you have
just went
YouTube
back and-
Premium, then you don't get ads. Spend the
There's
$10
that.
a month.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
what
here's
is
the
it?
thing.
50 bucks a month?
I had to go backstage once again, just like I did last night on the Sunday night show, and manually flip them off. They have always defaulted to off when I've started a live stream.
Yeah, but if
And
you have
just in the-
YouTube Premium, they never show up.
Yeah. Well,
I have YouTube Premium. I haven't seen an ad in 7 years.
I haven't either. I've had YouTube Premium in a while. Let me play
You
this
spend
right
a lot
here.
of time on YouTube, but who's bitching and complaining? It's 15 bucks.
Well, no, I'm just saying, people are like, how come ads are popping up in the middle of live shows? And I'm like, oh, YouTube's at it again.
Oh,
Let me
shit.
go
Tom's
fix
the
it.
one complaining. Oops.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, he's not the only
But
one complaining.
People should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials. We're organizing resources.
We don't want
But
to play
what
into
we're
Donald
seeing in
Trump's
Los
hands.
Angeles
Like,
is
what?
chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run,
They keep talking about Home Depot like they went and raided a Home Depot. They said, hey, we're here to. They told us they were coming to pick up, like, MS-13 gang members is what they were referring to. And then they went to a Home Depot. It's like, well, because there's a lot of illegals there, including, people that have committed violent crime illegals that probably are there. They're just trying to work. They're just trying to do. It doesn't matter. They're still breaking the law. It's like they're here to round up the illegals. They're going to go where they are. But again, Karen Bass is incapable, or at least completely unwilling, to delineate between legal and illegal.
armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there's clearly no policy. I want
The policy is enforcing federal immigration law. Again, I can't stand listening to this dumb bitch anymore. It's just it's beyond the pale. But I'm going to share. However, I'm going to pull this in here. We do have the live feedback up here from Fox 11. This is what is currently going on. Law enforcement out there. Again, we're hoping that nothing terrible happens tonight, right? Hoping that this does not get any worse.
Are you wait? Are you actually saying that you're betting that these leftist wackos won't go wild tonight?
No, I'm not. I'm not betting that they won't. I'm saying I hope they won't.
I don't know. I'm gonna. Well, I hope they don't too. But dude, I don't know. I think that's pretty much a sure bet. You want to bet $100,000 in all your YouTube subs?
Oh no, because we need subs on the new channel. Let me grab some of these super chats here. We've got Eric Heffelfinger for $5. Sanctuary cities went from "we won't comply with the feds" to "why won't the feds listen to us?" Exactly. Retosaurus says, why is it that Trump is sending armed troops now and not 5 years back when it mattered more? Sorry, but his bad choice back then also led to this. It's an interesting argument there, Retosaurus. Here's the thing, though. 5 years ago, we were in COVID. I don't know if you meant like 8 years ago, right? But 5 years ago right now, we were in the middle of COVID. And the problem with Trump's first administration is what a lot of us have said for a long time. He got in there and a lot of the wrong people got in his ear, and he trusted a lot of the wrong people. And then he got hosed for it in 2020. He's not doing that again. He's not making the same mistake twice. Trump isn't perfect, but I at least love the fact that when he came back around the second time, he clearly learned his lesson about who he can and who he can't trust, at least to the best of his ability.
I'll tell you one person you can't trust is that bitch-ass whore Nancy Pelosi, because the White House offered
he knew that one.
DC police, and she turned all that shit down. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear jack shit about January 6th after this LA shit. You can kiss my ass. Anybody can kiss my ass. I want to hear jack fucking shit. You know what? It's a fun fact. Had I not still been hooked on drugs from when I shattered my leg, I had plans to be there on January 6th. Did you know that? You didn't know
No,
that.
I did not. No.
When I shattered my leg, I was still on drugs, so I couldn't make the trip, but I bought a ticket to go, and I was going to go. But I was too hooked. I was still on Percocet and Oxy from, and still in rehab. So and my leg was like
From the car accident. Yeah.
it was an accident. It wasn't a car accident, but for when I shattered my leg when I fell. But
yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
That's why I didn't go. But I could. Mexican Iron Man could have been one of the J6ers. Can you believe that? Because I would have been there.
Well, maybe it saved you a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Tennille89 says for 2, sure as hell not what nor whom I voted for. I don't know what that's in reference. Was that in reference to Trump or to Karen Bass or to whom? I don't know. I can't go back and look exactly where that came in, but I have a feeling I know what you mean, Tennille. Maximus for $1. Thank you very much. John S. for 10. Greta Thunberg traveled to Gaza in a diesel-powered sailboat with less than 1 truck worth of food aid. Meanwhile, the U.S.-Israeli aid group sent in like 1,200 trucks. Yeah, and Greta got picked up by Israeli authorities trying to come in when she was not supposed to. See what happens when countries actually protect their borders. JRG Projects, good to see you, my friend. I saw you earlier watching Jeremy's show. I think Cobra is still going. I think the Snake Pit is still going. This was clearly cartel funded. The equipment was bought in advance and based on the Mexican president's press conference. The evidence is mounting. It could have been. She certainly said her druthers the other day. We have that clip as well. And we can play it, but there are plenty of far-left radical Marxist elements embedded here in the United States that are more than well-funded, frankly, far more well-funded than the Mexican government, when you, of course, disclude all of the marijuana and cocaine money that flows through there, like the Force flows through the Emperor in Star Wars. J.H. Schwalbach says for $20, it's Pride Month, they could send in one of the most influential gays in America. Jeremy, Geeks and Gamers, she could solve this. If they don't send him, we know you don't want it to stop. Step up, Jeremy. God, man.
You know what I call him? I call Jeremy the FLJ, which stands for Fearless Leader Jeremy. I've always called them that for years.
Oh, I thought that was a different F word you were going to throw out there.
No, Jeremy is the FLJ, a.k.a. Fearless Leader Jeremy.
I know. Walbach comes over here. I'll let Jeremy know you came over here to throw shade at him. But I get it. This is a joke between the Renegade Nation, the 199, and the Snake Pit over there. Thank you, sir. Big Daddy MRI for $10. They need to follow the money. Who paid for these riots? Somebody did follow the dollars. Oh, I'm sure they will be. I'm sure there will. Look, a lot of this is, and this is probably what's scary to a lot of them. Think about all the U.S. aid money that got cut off from these people in the last few months, because it wasn't just private funding like from people like Soros and whatnot. There was a lot of federal tax dollars that were being routed through a maze of financial transactions to a lot of these organizations, these grassroots organizations that fund a lot of this. Notice the people that have, all the Mexican flags. Notice the people that have like these special flags that are half Mexico, half U.S. flag. Notice a lot of the signs that you see out there that these people are waving, not just in this protest, but in every one of these left-wing protests. They've all got these really pretty, professionally printed signs. Somebody is creating all this. And it's always there, right from the beginning, right? The protest just organically pops up, and magically, everybody has all of this professionally designed stuff to use at the protests. Remember years ago with the Antifa and the BLM protests when magically like a couple of pallets of bricks were laid out right there on the corner of the street where the protesters were gathering? Like, oh, there was just happened to be a construction project right here. And then all those bricks were used to smash windows, loot, and riot. Yes, folks, it's well paid for. Tennille says for 5 VR. Incidentally, I'm not kidding about being walking distance from the federal building. If you want me to try to get some recordings, if that helped, dude, go for it. That'd be awesome, man. Thank you so much.
No, can you stay alive though? Like,
yeah, let me know.
We don't want them caught up in that mess.
Marcus for 5, ladies and gentlemen, the world famous and greatest of all illegal immigrant YouTubers, Mexican Iron Man.
What?
And JPS for 2, good to see Mexican Iron Man not in the streets, he said. John S for 5, oh, I had to retry. Not allowed to say Leos should be allowed to go trigger happy. If it's justified, I mean, they don't want to go. Yeah, they don't want to go. But if you're a law enforcement officer and you're having rocks hurled at your head, that is a deadly force threat. That needs to be met with an appropriate and proportional response. John S. for 5, go to Walmart on a Friday or Saturday full of immigrants sending money back home to their family via Western Union. Yep, and I'm sure Tom Homan will have his people camped out there next. JT Kirk for 9 months says, all I see on these live feeds is a giant mob of affluent, childless, below average IQ individuals who have never done anything difficult in life. JT Kirk, you're not wrong.
Yep.
Low Punter for 5, great show, but the situation is totally unnecessary. Good luck with the channel. The situation in Los Angeles, yes. The situation with Renegade Nation, no, absolutely not. It's totally necessary, and I'm having fun with it. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the new channel. I think we're going to be sending everybody over there just a few moments when we wrap up these super chats. And whoops. Okay.
Sorry, I was clearing the older ones.
Okay. Yeah, StreamYard is like flipping out on me here. Tennille says for 2, hey, I see my apartment. Think that'll help the resale value? Probably not. John Thomas for 5, notice they stayed away from the federal buildings when the Marines showed up. The military memes are glorious. Yes, indeed. We have a lot more clips to go through. We're going to be continuing to cover this live. If you've got some super chats to send in to all of our fans out there in the Renegade Nation, now's the time. And I don't beg for super chats here. We appreciate all of them that come in because they really do help support this channel to pay the bills, to pay for all the clips, the thumbnails, all the great stuff that makes it run. But the new channel is not yet monetized. And the goal tonight is to take this audience, and we're going to get that whole audience over there. The show isn't stopping. We're simply going to shut down the show on the main channel. It's already been running this whole time on Renegade Nation. And we already have a redirect set up. So the minute we close this down, you'll be prompted by YouTube to go right on over to Renegade Nation, and we're going to continue this discussion. But that channel can't accept super chats. So for those of you out there that wanted to send in a question or comment, send in support, we love you. We've had so much of it tonight. We really appreciate it. But for those of you who want to do that, now's the time. Because we won't be able to get any more over there on the new channel. Hopefully, we'll be able to remedy that soon. And the longer you guys keep watching, the more stuff that we do over there on that new channel. We've got to get to 1,000 subscribers. We've got to get to 4,000 watch hours. Hopefully, tonight is going to help make a good dent into that.
I got to go soon, buddy. It's like 11 o'clock out here.
Indeed. All right. Well, I tell you what. Let me get the rest of these super chats, and I'll let you run, man. Tennille89 says for 2, remain calm, all is well. Kevin Bacon from Animal House. John Thomas for 10, we did this training in the 82nd too. Google what happened when the National Guard lost control of a detention center during the Carter administration and 82nd was sent in. I'll have to check that one out.
I was
Thank you,
actually
John
watching
Thomas.
the 80-second training video on the old military jet. It's pretty intense. It's pretty cool stuff. The Army's got theirs too as well.
Amazing. John Kuckask is here for $2. Los Angeles is my hometown and forced to disown it. I don't blame you, my dude. John Maynard for 17 months. Karen is attempting to push the new cultural revolution to tear down the USA. She learned this from her old master, Fidel Castro. Yes, openly admitted how big of a fan of Fidel that she is. John Thomas for 5. They have city employees going out to confirm ICE activity and then tell people about it. Yeah, we're going to show you a story of one guy who went down that road and then got blown up and then decided to chew out the internet for doxing him after he decided that he was going to dox ICE agents. I mean, turnabout's fair play. Didn't have a lot of sympathy there. To Neil89 for $2. Haha, are the bad guys wearing Army BDUs? I don't know. I didn't catch that. There were a bunch of like $60 or $50 or $60 masks. Like a truck pulled up, dropped off 100 of these $60 masks to all the protesters, face shields and everything else. Like, again, who is paying for this? Somebody spent thousands of dollars to drop that off in the middle of the crowd for these protesters so they could defend themselves against law enforcement officers trying to legally and lawfully disperse them. So, Hilla said for 5, I saw Kershaw watching the peaceful protests on Saturday and Sunday night up until 3 a.m. Fun. Geez, these people. Yeah, she was doing it again today. All right, that gets us all cut up. Mike, I appreciate you being here. We're going to get everybody over to the new channel. Don't go anywhere. We're not done. We've got more to cover here. There's more going on. We're going to switch over to some other feeds. We have some more videos to go through from this, what's going on. Mike, any final thoughts here?
Thanks for having me, buddy. It's always fun being here. And the timing just worked out. I literally was about to shut down the computer and you dropped me the text and you're like, let's go. And I'm like, okay.
Indeed. All
anyway,
right,
thanks
folks.
for having me. Bye, everybody. I'll see you over in the main channel or the other channel.
On the other channel. Yeah, we're going to head over to the other channel. Mike, thanks for being here. All right, let's finish this up here. We're going to get down to there we go. We're gonna get back into this, cover some more of this. So we have right now a few feeds that I want to look at here. I think some of these, I'm going to double check. Some of these are still live here. There's still cameras down on the street. I love some of these helicopter shots that we've got. Hopefully, again, we don't get a lot more crazy tonight. Right now, we've got, I'm going to switch this out. As we switch over to the other channel, I need about 1 minute here or a minute or two to get this switched over. So please don't go anywhere and make sure that you share the link out. Hit the like button before you go. There we have it right now. This is live on the street again. This is the AP feed. We're going to go back to Fox here in a bit when they pull back up. And then we have some more articles and some more videos to show, some things that are absolutely stunning to me that have been going on the last few days. But we're going to continue all of this over on Renegade Nation. So I'm going to bump out for a second as we switch over. You guys are going to get a notification to redirect to the continued show on Renegade Nation. So stay tuned. And of course, that's when the feed goes crazy, right? When I say that. Thank you, AP. You're so wonderful. They lost their feed as soon as I said that. Isn't that amazing? Fantastic. Okay. Let me switch back here. Hang on one second. Okay, so this is back to Agenda Free TV. Okay. So this is it. Let me pull this up. All right, folks, I will be right back in just a moment. Stay tuned. We will return.
Again, you are watching a video right now by the channel AXN News, which is a great LA live news channel. You can follow them over at AXN News on YouTube. They're nice enough to let me pay them for their stream, so we are paying to use their stream. And but he does a great job there. AXN News, bringing you updates. I can't use it. I'm still watching a helicopter shot of some protesters in Dallas out there tonight. There's been some protesting in Santa Ana, California. Some protesting today in New York City. Uh-oh. Maybe some police.
Got a loud boom.
Some sort of boom. Thank you by the way, to Lloyd Christmas on Twitch, to Anonymous Gifter on Twitch, Lloyd Christmas for the gift subs on Twitch, also Daredevil 2300 on Twitch. Also, I want to say, hold on, let me turn this up here.
Okay, folks, I think we are now back.
Look at this. There you go.
We are now back exclusively on Renegade Nation. Thank you for being here. You should be getting redirect notices right now to get you over there. This is the first time I've done this in this fashion with StreamYard. So I had to make sure that I didn't botch it and kill the whole stream. So we are back here. We are live on the streets of Los Angeles. We're going to be getting to some other stories here. I need a couple of minutes to kind of reset here just a bit, and I'll be right back. We did have one super chat come in. Let me go ahead and I'm going to mute this real quick while I read this. We did have a super chat come in just as we closed out on the main channel. Fortunately, because it's in StreamYard here, I can still pull it up. From Riley Wellborn for $5. Thank you, miss. Excited about the new channel. Happy to follow along there. Any tips for a fellow YouTuber on getting to 1,000? Not even halfway there on my podcast. Riley, simply this. Be passionate about what you do. Talk about something that you love. The passion will come through. That's my best advice to you. The same kind of advice that I got from my mentors here on YouTube when I joined almost 5 years ago. Guys like Cobra Cast, D-Day Cobra, Jeremy Prime, Geeks and Gamers, all that. Gary over at Nerdrotic, the fellowship there, the 199, the Snake Pit. Guys like Ryan Kinnell, guys like Drunk 3PO, who have been great friends and great mentors. People like Tom at Midnight's Edge, people like Andre at Midnight's Edge, the boys at Echo Base Network. I could go on and on and on and on and on. But so many that kind of brought me into this space. Just be passionate about what you do. Find your voice. From a technical standpoint, the best thing I could advise you to do is get a really good microphone and learn how to use it right. Because voice, sound on this medium is of paramount importance. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you for coming over. We've got to get this channel to 4,000 watch hours, and I'm hoping we're to go a long way tonight. I need a few minutes here. I got to get reset, but I'm going to pull this back up. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Some guy, I don't know, he ran up to him, said something. I don't know if it's that same guy. They didn't let off any shots.
What happened?
Some guy ran up to him and pushed him or something.
Who pushed who, though?
The guy from over here went to push the cop.
And pushed the cop?
Yeah.
Pushed him?
Yeah, real quick. Again, physically going at law enforcement. You hear people screaming peaceful protest, peaceful protest. This is part of the problem with this, is that more often than not, they're not following this.
Oh,
right?
Somebody just threw something, it looked like. Somebody threw something like was it a water bottle? I don't know.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, this is getting kind of tense here.
Yeah, it's going to keep getting wild. Everybody stay tuned. I'll be right back in just a minute. Give me just a sec. I'll be right back.
Someone just threw a water bottle in. Let me get a side view.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
Hey, a quick thank you to Mitchell Pilot, Tawanda XO, Tawanda XO, the Real Patriot, Gary's Metal Detecting, Limited Edition, Smile Wheeler.
One guy went up to him and pushed him. I don't know if it was the same guy that did it on this side. And threw a water bottle from the crowd.
Smiley Wheeler, I'm sorry. Carolyn Brookfield, Moccasins 1492, Aaron Saucedo, LeGrant Jackson, thank you. Kevin Abreu, Hashtown, Alex Price, Beachy Keen, Motivational Living, thank you. Did I thank Scott Meekley and CT Goldstacker yet? I can't remember. I think I did. And also Mid-Hudson Security Consultants, LLC. I want to shout out our moderators too. Really appreciate our moderators. Thank you so much for being here. Ruth Krafasi and One Way Street are moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch. David Green, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kitty Donahue, our member as well. And shout out to AXN News for letting us use their stream. I'm paying him for the stream, but he didn't have to let me use it, and he did. So he does a great work. I'll post the link to AXN News on YouTube in the chat right now for you. But shout out to AXN News.
All right, folks, we are back. Looks like things are getting a little bit more heated.
Oh,
unfortunately.
So, in the last couple of minutes, the police in Dallas, there's this intersection where the police in Dallas have been kind of standing across from a bunch of protesters, and police just in the last couple of minutes, they moved across the intersection and cleared the intersection of the protesters. That's on Fox 4 Dallas on YouTube. But they just cleared that intersection. A giant line of police moved all the way across the street. and cleared out the protesters off the road there. Oh, heard a boom right there.
Yeah, you can hear some more of the tear gas going off.
We got a flashbang. We're on the next street. Looks like they might have shot it above a car.
You know, this idea that they're constantly, I mean, listen to the chants. I mean, in this crowd here, I mean, this, peaceful protest, they're all shouting and screaming, and it's like, okay, good, be peaceful. But again, this is unfortunately not the norm from what we've seen in Los Angeles the last few days. And there have been countless other examples of this. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to switch over to play a few more of these, some of these other videos and whatnot that have come out of there, because they have been absolutely chilling to see some of what's going on out here. And this is the kind of stuff that we are going to be continuously covering on Renegade Nation for the future. Yeah, so we're going to go back to some of the other clips that we had from before to play some of these things to kind of catch you guys up as the events continue to unfold in Los Angeles. And this was something that I mentioned a little while ago.
You can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local police to be seen.
Yeah.
And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk.
Yeah, where's the money coming from this? Where are the people coming from this? Where's the organization coming from this or for this? When you see this, they zoomed in here, and you can see this bionic shield, and people have already gone out there to try to determine, okay, what are these things? How much do they cost? People immediately were able to find these things on Amazon. They range at about an average cost of $50 a pop. They had a whole flatbed in a pickup truck loaded with these things. So again, who is paying for this? Who is buying this? We hear all this pablum from the likes of Gavin Newsom, from the likes of Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles, a useless individual when it comes to governance and leadership. That this is all just organic. Everything was fine until Donald Trump came along. And of course, anybody with functional vision can see that that is an absolute load of crapola.
To happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local police to be seen.
Yeah.
And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street. There's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because we've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle, a whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal
Look at them handing this stuff out.
Almost behind you, and
Look, just passing these things out from the back of the truck. They're handing these things out to the peaceful protesters, right? To basically prepare them for law enforcement trying to engage in doing their lawful duty and restoring order and clearing the streets. I mean, this is what we're dealing with. This is not something that just happens organically. I got a bunch of stuff saved in here. Gavin Newsom all day has been just ridiculous with this kind of stuff. I'm going to go to my bookmarks here and show you some of the stuff that I had saved. Here's Maxine Waters with some of the same comments. Congresswoman from Congresswoman from California, around the Los Angeles area.
SEIU union came down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't want them to deport him.
Because he was interfering with law enforcement's lawful operations. That's why, Maxine. You've been a legislator for I don't know, since the 90s, as far back as I can remember Rush Limbaugh talking about you in the 90s. And this used prune is still either by no fault of her own because her brain doesn't function and hasn't for a long time, or she's being deliberately dishonest in trying to understand what is going on. But again, it's the idea that these people all share the same brain. They're all part of the Borg collective, right? Resistance is futile. And they all share the same complete delusional perception of reality. And that nothing that they're doing is wrong. That all of these people who are here illegally have a right to be here. And the problem is law enforcement.
I think that he has been targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't.
He sent the guns in here on us. Right, because what? Los Angeles police don't have guns? The County of Los Angeles sheriff's deputies don't have guns? Donald Trump sent the guns in. Right? This is what she's saying.
Know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him. I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them. Thank you.
She just said she wanted to get the elected officials out, but now she says we got to get the elected officials back in 5 seconds later to let the... Good God. What an idiot.
Next step now.
I'm going out to Lenox and to Paramount, Watts, and South Central where they were last night to see if ICE is back out there.
How about a message for the community?
The community is don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid. Do what we did in the civil rights movement. Protest peacefully. Get out. Make your voices heard. The more people we're able to engage, the more we can push back on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good God. Lord. Yeah. This was a scene just a couple hours ago in Los Angeles. You can see here trucks moving in, carrying body-armored Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies to come into the area that is now basically giving us the scenes that we're seeing now on the live feed that we'll get back to here in just a minute. But again, what else can you do at this point if you're law enforcement but to enforce the law? This was something that somebody shared earlier that, and again, I can't attest to the legitimacy of this. It could be something that is not real, but there is an allegation out there that, well, there is a Craigslist listing for compensation for the toughest badasses in the city, seeking extremely tough, brave men for a new crew I'm building, compensation $6,500 to $12,000 per week, which makes me think that this might be a bit of a joke. But at the same time, there are certainly left-wing organizations out there with the capacity to fund something as crazy as this. And we know from the past that a lot of these folks that are brought in for these protests are hired. They're paid. They are rented ranters. They are rioters for hire. So, you know, this individual post may or may not be the real McCoy, but certainly it does beg some listening to or some watching because we have seen this in the past. I love this. I don't want to play the audio from this because of some of the music. undefeated. The internet's undefeated. This is some more, the normal Sunday. This was reposted by Steven Crowder. This is the normal Sunday here in Los Angeles. This is all the peaceful protesting. Yeah, totally peaceful. Hurling giant bricks of concrete and steel rebar at law enforcement.
It's not legal to follow an illegal order, dumb shit. How do you keep your mouth shut if you...
It's not an illegal order. But again, in their head canon, much like Disney Star Wars fans, they're just lost from reality.
Don't know how it works.
Yeah. Call you later. Just show them some respect.
Oh, okay.
Not just like shouting.
Hey, go f your mother.
Yeah, you know what? We've said it before a million times. Liberal white women are about the worst element of American society that has ever existed. All the bad things in society they have voted for. They are the worst.
I believe that
what's funny is that same right here, this same liberal white woman that's out here that hates the patriarchy and thinks that Donald Trump is turning America into the Handmaid's Tale or whatever the hell that these wacko people think. This is the same white woman that goes to a voting booth every opportunity that she has and votes for the government to provide her with all of the financial support that traditionally a husband would have. A husband that she clearly is incapable of either getting or keeping. At least a real man, a functional one. This is California.
I believe that the LAPD has this underhand.
I love the juxtaposition of these videos. It is so epic.
I believe that the LAPD has this underhand.
Yes, there's shit burning everywhere. If they're throwing Molotov cocktails, they're throwing firecrackers, they're throwing flashbangs at law enforcement. No, there's nothing here that's underhand. And largely, it would be unfair to blame local law enforcement for a lot of this because, I guess to use a bit of a wisecrack here, they have been handcuffed. They have been handcuffed. Local law enforcement has been largely handcuffed for many years by California leadership, which has precipitated this problem.
They are very, very experienced in riot control.
Look, I'm not trying to again, we are not dunking on Los Angeles PD. We are not going to dunk on Los Angeles County sheriff's deputies. I'm sure they are very trained in riot control. Look, New Orleans has been long heralded as one of the greatest crowd control law enforcement agencies in America because of what we have to do down here with Mardi Gras. But we also bring in a cacophony of other law enforcement agencies to come in and assist because, simply put, something of this scale is beyond the capacity for nearly any law enforcement agency in the country. So you welcome support from other law enforcement agencies from around the state, other law enforcement agencies that aren't from the state, federal law enforcement agencies to come in and help you with this. These police officers are not capable of handling this scale by themselves safely. Any good law enforcement officer out there will tell you that the greater the presence of law enforcement, the safer it becomes for everybody. Because when you have people committing massive violent acts like you see here, when you have fewer law enforcement officers, it makes it dangerous not only for the law enforcement officers, but for the criminals and for the people involved. Because when you're outnumbered as law enforcement, the last thing that you want to be put into a position of is having to resort to lethal force to protect yourself. And the more law enforcement officers there are out there, the more chance they have to actually keep the situation under control to where lethal force becomes less of a possibility, right? Because the greater the show of force, the more of a deterrent it typically is. Look at all the scenes that we've been looking at live tonight, right? Where you've got 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 law enforcement officers standing in a line. Imagine if there was 20. Imagine if there was 10, right? The fact that they don't have to be protecting a federal building and they can mass enforce on these intersections and whatnot makes it safer for them. This is why it's a good thing the National Guard is there. It's why it's a good thing that more are going to show up. It's a good thing that the Marines are there, because the more force that they have, the less likelihood there is for something really bad happening. The fact that you have Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and Adam Schiff and Maxine Waters and all these other stupid-ass Democrat lunatics out there saying that law enforcement is precipitating the problem is absolutely not only intellectually dishonest, but it's also irresponsible. They're creating a bigger problem by saying this because it's simply not true.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests. He doesn't like the scenes of people peacefully protesting.
Totally peaceful, pouring gasoline and diesel fuel onto a vehicle to light it on fire, and then you set yourself ablaze, which maybe is a small victory here. Yeah, cops just driving down the road and you're hucking bricks of concrete and steel rebar at them. I mean, this is where we are, kids. It's ridiculous. Bunch of other. I mean, again, I think we played this earlier. Again, you can see what's going on here. I mean, this kind of stuff. So this was a guy, LA Scanner, who has now deleted his entire social media account on X. This was a guy that was doxing the location, the staging areas for ICE, telling the internet this is where they're staying at this hotel at this address. He was doing this just within the last 24 to 48 hours. This guy then himself wound up getting doxxed by people on the internet who were trying to protect law enforcement and find out who was doing this, that was deliberately endeavoring to put law enforcement lives in danger. Okay? This, he got, now, I'm not going to sit here and advocate that people went after this person personally or to his house or to his family. Not good. Okay? But in fairness, he sort of put himself into this position. He says, I want to issue a formal apology. I should not have posted the location of ICE raids, and I will no longer do so. I've contacted the authorities to take responsibility. They are currently reviewing my account to determine if any laws were broken. If it's found that I have violated the law, I will cooperate fully and turn myself in. To those targeting my family, we don't approve of this at Renegade Nation. Please, I'm begging you to stop. They have done nothing wrong and do not deserve to be dragged into this. I agree. The anger should be directed at me, not them. Someone has already come to my home, pounding on my door and demanding to confront me. This has gone too far. To anyone I may have put at risk, I sincerely apologize. That was never my intention. That last line I'm going to take issue with because, yeah, it was very clearly your intention. It was very clearly your intention when you were knowingly, deliberately posting the location of law enforcement officers trying to lawfully execute their constitutional duties and telling people this is where they are, knowing what was going on in the city of Los Angeles at that time with people, many of them probably illegal aliens, trying to violently target law enforcement officers. You knew damn well what you were doing. You got busted, and now you're acting like you didn't mean to do it. This is child's behavior. Sorry. Just a bunch of people watching cars burn. This was the moment today where Donald Trump said, sure, let's go ahead and talk about Gavin Newsom. It's kind of hard to hear. The audio's bad until he gets up to the mic, so bear with me.
Come and arrest him.
The reporter asked Trump, what about Gavin Newsom? Are you going to arrest him?
Do it.
Trump says, I would do it if I were Tom, talking about Tom Holman. Gavin's done a terrible job.
I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent.
I like Gavin Newsom, but he's a nice guy. Or I like Gavin Newsom, he's a nice guy, but he's done a terrible job. He's incompetent.
Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
So this was extrapolated by the media into Donald Trump is going to slap handcuffs on Gavin Newsom. He didn't say that, obviously, clearly. You just saw the clip, but this is where it was derived from. And I think, let's see, we played that clip earlier. Stuff from the Pope. I don't even want to get into that tonight. Let me keep scrolling down here. This was another thing. You've got the president of Mexico a couple of days ago talking about, and people asked about this in the chat, mobilizing to protest in the United States. Really bad move. This is how you get your country turned into a U.S.-occupied territory in very short order if you want to threaten the United States. Mexico in 2025 economically does not exist without the United States. There are two things that economically feed that country: drug cartels and illegal aliens in the United States sending money back there. That's pretty much it. That's it. That's the extent of the economy in that country for all intents and purposes. There are so many wacky things here. This is another Maxine Water remark. I think this is the one I was looking for earlier, so I'm going to play this one. We're going to get back to the live feed.
But I had to stop here where the guns are. So
I had to stop here where the guns are. And she's talking about, again, she's not talking about Los Angeles PD. She's not talking about California Highway Patrol State Police. Who all have guns. She's specifically bitching about the National Guard that's there protecting the federal building that was being absolutely ransacked on the outside.
the guns are. So I want y'all to take pictures of these guns.
Take pictures of these guns.
And let people know that they're in our city.
Let people know that these guns are in our city. In the hands of trained military personnel.
Guns, and I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know.
I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know. Pumpkin. Honey, sweetie. Maxine. Sugar. If these boys had orders to shoot to kill, you'd know it.
But otherwise, they wouldn't have guns.
One question, Representative Ms. Waters. If there's one statement or a message that you can send to Donald Trump, what is that message here today?
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you are using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land.
Illegal aliens?
To promote your politics. You are wrong. We know what this is all about. We have people.
What is it all about? What's it all about, Maxine?
Who are immigrants here, who are trying to seek a better life.
Illegal immigrants?
Who come from places where they have experienced this kind of thing that he's doing here today. People who work every day, people who are paying taxes, who are raising their families, who are supporting education. They should not be treated this way.
People who are here illegally?
They should be given an opportunity to tell their story, whom they are, and why they're here, and ask the United States to please do what the Constitution allows us to do, and that is give them consideration for having citizenship here.
She finally admits it. So she's talking about all the illegals. To ask what the U.S. Constitution says and give them consideration. Where does it... Maxine, you've been in Washington for 3 decades at least. Would you please show me in the Constitution where it says this? I really want to know. For the love of God, please show me where it says this. It doesn't say that anywhere. The federal government gets to set and dictate what the rules of immigration are. And the executive branch has very, very broad powers of crafting and enforcing that. For a reason. For national security. No. If you're not an American citizen, I don't care which country you hail from, you do not have a right to come here. You do not have a right to enter this country under any circumstances. It is a privilege that the American people might afford you, if so inclined. And we have granted that authority to be adjudicated by the federal government. Not Maxine Waters, not Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles, not Gavin fucking Newsom, not the state of California. No, it is at the deference, specifically of the executive, the Department of State. Woman's been in Congress for 3 decades, and she doesn't know what the hell is in the Constitution. Why am I not surprised?
Ms. Maxine Waters, thank you for those words. Another thing, do you find it coincidental that this is happening at this time of the year right now? Is there anything that you can correlate with the timeline that it's happening with right now alongside?
No, I think that the president has not been able to live up to the threat that he used during his campaign, where he was going to get millions of them out of here. And I think it's come to the point where he thinks he's got to show something. But also, his ridiculous...
He's been showing stuff for months, honey. It started in January, and it's just getting started.
Ridiculousness has taken over the armed services to celebrate his birthday is coming up. And people are saying, are you going to spend millions of dollars celebrating your birthday using the armed services to do it? And I think that adds to it. All of this is coming to the forefront now.
And Congresswoman, how should the city of LA and the state of California react to this? What's the
First of all,
smart play here?
all of the elected officials in this city should be on the street. The mayor should be on the street. The city council should be on the street. Everybody should be on the street. All of the state elected officials. All of us in Congress. We're supposed to be in Congress tomorrow. But I want you to know, I'm trying to stop him from getting richer and richer on crypto. The more money he has, the more powerful he has, the more he will elect people. So we got a lot of work to do.
So bodies on the street, basically.
Bodies on the street. People on the street. Absolutely.
Ms. Waters, before we let you go, anything that you can say to anybody watching or the public that wants to come out here or just simply watching or wants to know anything that you want to tell them that they should do or shouldn't do?
Well, here's what I want to support. I want to support people having a voice. Peaceful protests are okay. They're all right. I want them to know what happened in the civil rights movement, where we got on the street, where we marched, where we fought, and we made the government change, and we got voting rights. Peacefully. And so people can protest peacefully. They should come out, and they should have a voice, and they should not...
People should protest peacefully, but this is the same woman. This is the same Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, that not too many years ago was shaking her fists, screaming at her constituency that go out there, get aggressive, get in their faces, she said, to basically antagonize Trump supporters. She has been an advocate for aggression against her political opponents for years. And now she's trying to play the peaceful stuff. I am so tired of these fucking liars. I am so tired of these people. I am so tired of the disingenuous, nonsensical bullshit from these people. Everybody else is as well. This is why Trump won in 2024.
Allow the intimidation to force them to do nothing. Do something.
Do something.
Something.
Do not let the intimidation force you to do nothing. Do something. Words from Congresswoman here, Maxine Waters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Big dumbass Maxine Waters. And we've covered a lot of these clips earlier in the show. I did love this from Gavin. I mean, this just says it all right here. I love this cut. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so we're going to switch back over to go back to the live feed, see what's going on here. So far, and hopefully, again, we want law enforcement to be safe. We want the folks out there to be safe. But again, we've got tear gas pumping, which means law enforcement is trying to push them back. This is just, kind of more of the same here. If I can get this to reload. Here we go.
Okay, guys, I just saw this. LAPD just posted. I'm gonna show you what they posted. It's this intersection. Look what LAPD just posted here. Traffic advisory, demonstration at 2nd and San Pedro with a street takeover. Please avoid 2nd Street and San Pedro in Little Tokyo. They're saying it is a street takeover. There's cars that have been there for a while. You can see people are just in the street, but demonstration at San Pedro with a 2nd San Pedro with a street takeover. I can't imagine they're going to just let that keep going. So
Wonko, is Pedro there licking a lightsaber?
Nice dress.
I don't know. Look, you guys, make sure. I know you, probably a lot of you watching on the main channel earlier. Much appreciated, and thank you for coming over here. Please make sure that you hit the like button here on the Renegade Nation channel. If you did it over on Renegade or Valiant Renegade, the main channel, thank you. We need it here too. We need the likes. We need the shares. Send it out to X. I posted it on X earlier. You can repost what I sent earlier on X. That would be helpful. All of this is great. We've got to get this channel to monetization. Hopefully we can do it in short order with this amazing community that have been so wonderful and generous the last several years I've been on this platform.
To learn French, so I guess it's kind of like intertwined.
We'll come back.
Pick it up.
We can't get in here. We gotta let this dude spit game. We'll come back to Mermaid. Oh, music. Shit.
I guess they cut out for the...
He can. You see, he had to shut off his sound too. See, he knows the deal. He had music and he shut off his mic because you don't want to have your copyrighted music on the stream. There you go. That's AXN.
Got to be careful with those.
What is this? Oh, no. Now I got to turn. I'm still getting the music, so I got to turn it down. I got to turn it down for a second while the music's playing. I mean, that's pretty loud music. I'll turn it up in a second. Somebody said they saw a stream. AP is showing an ABC helicopter stream. Some people said they saw some people being put in buses. Oh, I see it. I see it.
ABC Los Angeles back running again.
Oh, no, AP has their own stream. I got it. Yes. AP on their own stream, which I don't have the rights to it. AP is showing some people being put into buses in Los Angeles. People, looks like people have been detained, put into buses.
This is a Dallas raid.
That is in Los Angeles.
Okay, let me switch over to that one.
So I can.
Let me switch over to that one because I see this one. Let me flip over. They have helicopter footage on AP right now. In Dallas, apparently. In Dallas, this is going on currently. Let me flip over here. So, again, because California is not the only place this is happening currently. This is going on. There were some in Boston. There were some in Dallas. There were some in other, New York earlier today. I think a lot of this has been cleared out. I'm going to back up a little bit and see. Jeez, and that's a lot of cops. Okay. So you can see here, they were blocking off this intersection. Whew. Yeah. So they had something going down. I'm going to mute that because it's just noise in the background. I think it's the helicopter. I'm going to go back a little bit further here. All right, so this is the scene, the protest in Dallas against ICE raids. You can see here the crowd was starting to kind of beef up, come in. Obviously, the police have since then dispersed this. Police officer standing out there in Dallas, basically just keeping them at bay. And then there's a wider shot here. You can kind of see some of this crowd that's out there. Again, all because they don't like that that we're enforcing federal immigration law. Telling the crowd to disperse, get them out of here. I don't know if there's an actual clip in here of what this guy was talking about, that some people were rounded up and put. I don't think I can't see anything where anything was put in a helicopter. But look, here's the point. Dallas police showed up, took care of the situation relatively quickly, and that was the end of it, right? Because this was 45 minutes ago, what you're watching now, and then you look at the live shot, and this has been, this whole thing has been largely dispersed. Somebody's running a slow strobe over here, I guess. Somebody trying to get in police's, yeah, somebody's walking up to police trying to intimidate them. This is never a good idea. Again, we got another person out there waving a flag that is not an American flag. Is that a... What is that? That's not a Mexico flag. Look. Is that an ISIS flag? What is that? Yeah, see what they're doing? You see the whole, they're trying to strobe the light in law enforcement faces. Again, you are trying to intimidate police officers. You are trying to cajole them into some type of response. So the idea that this is, just average peaceful protesters out there that are just minding their own business, and then they get the reaction from law enforcement where they do their jobs and they say, oh, police brutality, or oh, this and that. See what's going on right now. That they are trying to provoke police officers, and I guess they lost the feed. But they were trying to provoke police officers into some type of response. I mean, it's very clear from what they're doing here. And I guess that went down. But yeah, this is probably going to be the norm for the evening in terms of what we can manage to find. Let me go back to the other feed here and see if we have any updates that they're reporting on. And then I'm going to check X and a few other places to see what else we have going on here. So let me pull the audio feed back up.
I don't want to go over there. By the time I get over there, there's nothing there.
All right, looks like, again, Gavin Newsom is just posting. Hang on, let me see what we have.
News' channel specializes in Los news streams. In case anybody, you can check it out there. You can subscribe to his channel, AXN News.
All right, let me pull this down. I'm going to switch back over to X here because I want to see what this is from Gavin Newsom. There's a number of things that are going back and forth right now. Let's see. Do I have this on? Oh, that's why. I'm in the wrong window. It's like, hey, where's my feed? Oh, it's not the right thing. That would explain it. All right. Let me pull this back up. Get back to the top of the order here. I'm just going to refresh this because... Oh, there it was. It was just there. Where did it go? Here we go.
But meanwhile, can I... again...
So this is another message from Gavin Newsom tonight. Let's see what he's got going on here. What kind of nonsense this is.
Again, sober and serious moment. Meanwhile, can I just add, and this is why I told the president, just get it over with. Arrest me. Move on. If you need some head to scalp, do it with me, but stop messing with these kids. Stop messing with 4-year-olds, kids in elementary school. We've got kids. We have hundreds of graduations down here. Kids are not going to their own graduations. Families, grandparents here legally, mixed status families in some cases.
Wait a minute. Wait. Again, this doesn't make sense. They're here legally. Well, then why are they worried about going to their own graduation? This doesn't make sense. Make this make sense, Gavin. Make this make sense.
Scared to death to go to a graduation. People are scared to walk down the streets. It's not just Home Depots, getting their car washed. We have incidences. I didn't believe it because what was I thinking? I actually believed when they said this is not true. But then I saw videos. They're doing checkpoint.
Is he having a stroke? Some people would speculate it's the cocaine. I have no idea.
Checking people's IDs. We've never seen this kind of deployment in so many actions. It's mass panic.
Wait a minute. Did he just say, wait, I have to hear that again. I did not just hear. What?
True. But then I saw videos. They're doing checkpoints, checking people's IDs.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I've been so wrong. I've been so not checking people's IDs. Oh my God. The humanity. The unmitigated horror of law enforcement checking IDs. Oh my goodness. I've been wrong this whole time. I shouldn't have voted for Trump. It was a mistake. I never in a million years imagined that law enforcement officers in the Trump era would be, I need pearls to clutch, oh my God, would be checking IDs. I know this is a very foreign concept for people like Gavin Newsom and derelict rogue states like California and the bowl of granola, the fruits, nuts, and flakes that live out there. Because I don't know if there's been a single election conducted in the state of California in the last, I don't know how many decades, where they actually required identification to vote. But oh my God, please don't tell me that they're checking IDs in California. Oh God.
We've never seen this kind of deployment in so many actions. It's mass panic out here in the nation's largest county, in the nation's largest state. Good, hardworking people.
Because you are an incapable, inept, and worthless leader. And the only people that are more inept than you are the majority of California voters who elected you.
Decent people. These are not the criminals. These are not the thugs.
Right. Do we need to play all the video clips again, Gavin? Do we? Oh my God. God forbid. God forbid. Yeah, look, here we go. He sent us the National Guard and the U.S. Marines to stop this violence. Oh, yes, seriously? Right, very, very selective there. Very, very selective. Oh, good, a CNN clip.
It's almost 50% his.
Let's watch this. Let's watch CNN defend the violence.
I'm from LA. I was born in LA. That's where my roots are. That's where I started my career.
Yeah, were your parents born in LA? I'm sorry, can we not ask that?
It is almost 50% Hispanic. Remember that California was part of Mexico. All of the Southwest is.
Oh, there it is. I've been seeing that all day. That, it doesn't matter if they're in the country illegally, especially if they're Mexicans, because California was stolen from Mexico. I hear the same energy coming out of this chick right now on CNN.
Mexico. So the roots are really deep in that region. And what they're saying is, no, not in our community. Because when they're coming in, even though there's second, third, fourth, fifth generation Latinos that live there, and Mexican Americans that live there, some of them might be their family members. The people that they're going after, it's personal for them because they're going after their cousin and their cousin.
Yeah, is their cousin here illegally? Again, I'm so sick of this. Is the worst straw man argument I've ever heard. It doesn't matter. Your cousin, your brother, your mama, your grandbaby, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you're here illegally, then you're committing a crime. Again, you know, this is the hallmark of the left, the hallmark of the modern Democrat Party. You know, all of these district attorneys, especially that have been put in place all across the country, these George Soros-funded district attorneys. Google it if you don't understand it or don't believe me. I don't have time to explain it all. But these people that were put in place deliberately to institute diversity, equity, and inclusion in the justice system. And I don't mean hiring, but I mean, you know, hey, it's unfair that we have too many people of this color or this ethnicity that are in prison. Never mind the fact of who's committing the violent crimes that's putting them in prison. It's just that there's too many to one side or the other. This is the same energy. Again, it's not fair that we're singling out people that look like this. Never mind the fact that they're committing a crime. Never mind the fact that they're here illegally. Again, it goes back to that Ronald Reagan quote that I think I led off with towards the top of the show about, you know, when did we get to a point in society where we are blaming society instead of the lawbreaker, right? This is the issue here. We have to get back to a sense of maturity. The adults need to come back into the room and discipline.
And their uncle and their parents. And how does that make us safe? I'm from LA. I was born in LA. That's where my roots are.
Again, I guess that's the whole clip, but I don't understand this. California was a part of Mexico. All the Southwest was Mexico. I mean, that's long ago. They lost it. We won it. We took it. It's over. You can like it or you can hate it. It doesn't matter. But that boat sailed damn near 200 years ago. Antonio Brown, just still rocking it. Yeah. This is what you get. This is the peaceful protests out there. Yeah, and this is depressing. But it's right. Well, Wall Street Maverick, we're watching the deliberate and systematic destruction of the West in real time. Yes. Ireland, France, Spain. You can throw in, obviously there's a ton of issues in the UK that have been going on. It continues. It persists. And we are all expected to pretend like it's not a problem. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see what else we got down here. Dallas PD. Yep, there we go. This is just a simplified clip of what we were looking at a moment ago from that feed. Dallas PD. They're not gonna put up with that shit. Not gonna put up with that shit. They found one. Apparently, they found this guy. They found him. Here is a guy hurling giant bricks of concrete and rebar at law enforcement vehicles as they're driving by. He is attempting to cause great harm to these people. Imagine if a rock goes through that window, hits the driver of the vehicle in the head. Apart from probably killing the driver of the vehicle or an occupant inside, it would then render the vehicle as a completely uncontrolled, haphazard 5,000-pound, 35, 40-mile-an-hour moving bullet, killing God knows who else on the street. This man is acting with complete reckless indifference to human life. He is attempting to unalive law enforcement officers with this. This is an unlawful use of deadly force. And the lawful use of deadly force would have been, in my opinion, justified in response to this. The Los Angeles rock thrower suspect, this from Colin Rugg, has been identified as 40-year-old Elpidio Reina. Imagine being 40 years old and acting like this. U.S. Attorney Bill Isali says they are searching for the Mr. Potato Head. He can run, but he can't hide. He threw rocks at federal officers, leaving a command post in Paramount on Saturday. A brazen attack caught on film that could have resulted in deaths. Absolutely. Reina, 40, is charged with assault on a federal officer and faces up to 8 years in prison if convicted. The FBI is offering a reward of $50,000 for information leading to his capture. That'll get his little shitbag friends to turn on him real quick. Bring him in. Haul him in. Haul him in. Go for it. Here's another one. Nick Sorter, who's been following this very well. I need to get back to his page because there's some great stuff here. I want to cover a few of these clips before we close the show tonight. Let's see what he's got here.
After they arrest them. So once we're done with this live shot right here, we're going to go head over that way. You see, it appears to be California National Guard. Ooh.
Is that a little quiet? It's a little quiet on my end. I'm assuming it's a little quiet on your end too. Let me bounce this up a little bit as best I can.
After they arrest them. So once we're done with this live shot right here, we're going to go head over that way. You see.
Woo! Boy, they charge this dude down.
It appears to be California National Guard. Ooh, they're taking somebody down right now.
Right.
I don't know if they saw.
He had something.
I don't know who those guys are or what they did, but you can see that appears to be. Is that California National? If it says ERO on their back, that would be ICE. That stands.
Is there
for
somebody
Enforcement
in that
Removal
vehicle?
Operation. I can't tell. It's some sort of law enforcement, and they clearly did not. Yeah, they clearly did not like what the guy in the yellow was doing right there.
He did something to give them probable cause. They ran at him. Woo! They ran at him like I walked into a strip club and saw Sydney Sweeney on stage. That's the best joke I could come up with on short notice. That is funny. I mean, they went after him hard. They obviously saw something there.
After they arrest them. So once we're done with this live shot right here, we're going to go head over that way. You see, it appears to be California National Guard. Ooh, they're taking somebody down right now.
Right.
I don't know if they saw. Yeah, I don't know who those guys are.
All right, we got a comment in the chat. I'm going to pull this up. Red Oranges. Thank you for sending this in. I can't attest to the veracity of this statement, but we're going to read it just for the case of, just acknowledge. Yellow Jacket guy was throwing water bottles and taunting federal officers at a federal building in Santa Ana 30 minutes before. Okay, so let me assume it's feds arresting him, not local cops. So here's the thing. I'm going to assume for a second that statement is accurate. So here's the deal. If you throw things at law enforcement, you can't expect them to be mind readers. We have seen a number of Molotov cocktails launched at vehicles, including law enforcement vehicles. Molotov cocktails is a firebomb, right? So if you're a cop and somebody picks up a container full of liquid in Los Angeles right now, with everything that's been going on, and lobs it at you, you have to assume that it is something incendiary. Oh, I can't believe they chased him down because he threw a water bottle at him. Yeah, that's not the way it works. Police, nobody are mind readers. It's not up to the police to sit there and assess. Well, let me see. I'm going to let him throw this at me first. I'm going to let it hit the ground, and then I'm going to open it up and see what's in there before I'm... No! That's not how shit works. And this is the problem. There's too many people in society that are too stupid to understand how this works. This guy found out
what they did, but you can see that appears to be... is that California National? If it says ERO on their back, that would be ICE. That stands for Enforcement and Removal Operation. I can't tell. It's some sort of law enforcement, and they clearly did not... Yeah, they clearly did not like what the guy in the yellow was doing right there, because they ran right at him and they took him down. So we'll ask and we'll see if we can find out what that guy did. It looked like he was loitering near a vehicle.
Oh, God.
It looks like a firework just got thrown in.
We'll talk about that
so
game on
more
Wednesday.
Yeah, you're seeing multiple fireworks coming into that frame there, Trace, and that's what we were just dealing with about 30 minutes ago while we were live on Hannity. We had fireworks being thrown in our direction, in LAPD's direction. So this crowd is definitely getting a little bit more feisty tonight, Trace, and you mentioned it right off the top. That's exactly what happens out here when the sun starts going down with these LA. I think these might actually be feds based off some of the patches I'm seeing. These look like
take your
VHS
mask off.
guys.
I'm so tired of this. These people out there, it's just peaceful protests. They're all peaceful. Man, why do all of y'all have your faces covered? I mean, I used to host and attend political rallies for many, many, many years. I never went to one, not ever in my life, where the audience, anybody in the audience, showed up with a mask on, with their face covered to obscure their identity. But yet we're out there in 100-degree heat in the middle of summer in Southern California, and you have all these dick weasels out there that are wearing either a COVID mask or a ski mask or a face cover or otherwise, like this guy. You're basically telling law enforcement not to trust you, that you are a probable threat. Because why conceal your identity? Remember we just played the clip? Oh my God, the horror that law enforcement officials, federal law enforcement, were out there asking for people's IDs. You frickin' wonder why. You'll act like a retard, they're going to treat you like a retard.
To me. Yeah, HSI, police HSI, so that's Homeland Security Investigations. So those are feds, those are not locals, and that's probably why you see them being a lot more aggressive. The feds have been a whole lot more aggressive. Think about what we saw on Saturday in Paramount. That was Border Patrol, that was HSI, that was ICE squaring off against those protesters. So the feds just took somebody down there. I'm going to text a few contacts and see if I can find out what that guy did. But they ran right at him, they took him down, and Trace, just feels like the tension is building down here. I mean, there's got to be a million helicopters above us flying around trying to get every perspective you can possibly see. Some of them law enforcement, some of them media. That's an LA.
Yeah, there you have it. Yeah, we're doing great. We got 235 likes on this. I appreciate you guys helping me out there because that's super important. I'm going to check Nick Sorter's the rest of his page because he has really been throwing it out there. Oh, here's a new one. Just in, hundreds of police cars from across California spanning 3 blocks have arrived in Los Angeles. Holy crap, a massive show in force. Keep in mind, this never would have happened if Trump didn't force them
for the
to
protesters,
step up.
Which is the stark difference between last.
Check this out.
And you talk about a show of force there. I mean, talk about your backup, right? I mean, I got your back. Yes, they do. As far as we can see.
Yeah, John's telling me, John's a photographer in SkyCal, 3 city blocks worth of law enforcement that have filled this area, and there will be no match for the protesters, which is the stark difference between last night and tonight. Lots of early decisions by law enforcement tonight to move the
Apparently,
protesters
we're
into
almost
certain
at
areas,
1,000
and
subscribers. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get to
Mayor Bass
1,000
said
right now.
I'm sorry, Chief McDonald said 14 other agencies assisting, and that's who the LAPD usually calls.
Oh my God! I'm gonna tell you right now the clip I wish I had for the guys watching that know I'm a huge movie buff. I need the clip. I've got to go find this. This would be so perfect right now from RoboCop 2, where they all take off, right? After like RoboCop, Alex Murphy gets ripped apart, gets put back together. He gets his head full of all that left-wing bullshit, and then he jacks himself into that power grid, fries his brain, gets rid of all the crap that OCP put in him, and they all take off. They all go after Kane, the drug dealer. And you see, like, all the cop cars, the whole movie, the cops have been on strike. And you see the guy running the hot dog stand going, dude, cops, look at that. They ain't wearing no picket signs either. And you hear the guy go, they gonna kick somebody ass. That's this. I need that clip from RoboCop 2 right here. They gonna kick somebody ass. Because that's what that looks like. And look, good for LAPD. Good for all the agencies there, the local, state, and county and city authorities getting in there, because the city should not have to continue to deal with this, with these irritants that are in Los Angeles. LAPD have now brought in buses to conduct mass arrests as riots continue. So the LAPD is getting, again, this is why the National Guard, this is why the Marines are getting sent in. Because here's the thing. Let's be honest. The city, the leadership, the governance, the Karen Bass, the Gavin Newsoms of the world are not, regardless of whatever bullshit they want to run their mouths about during a press conference, they are not going to back these officers up. These Leos are screwed. Okay? And I'm talking about the rank and file boys and girls out there on the street in uniform. The Democrat leadership has abandoned them. They are the enemy. The same people that are running places like California are the same types of people that were screaming about defunding the police just a few years ago. The leadership in California does not have the Leos' backs. But Donald Trump does. And that's what's pissing off the Gavin Newsoms and the Karen Basses today. Let's watch this. Let's see what's going on here.
That's all right. We can get front the view. There's some race out here. There's a couple of them right here.
Bye. See you later. You get a free bus ride. And look, it's kind of a short bus. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Go round and round, right back to Juarez. Yeah, good luck. Have fun with that. LAPD just surrounded a group of rioters and told them that they're all under arrest. I guess this was the precursor to the bus ride we just saw. You can see the riders. Oh, please. Are they really? Oh, my God. Do we have a clip of all of these little lefty granola bars breaking down and crying for their mommies and their daddy's trust fund money? Oh, please. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's absolutely frickin' do this right now.
The police just said we're all under arrest.
What? What? No! Well, I can hear. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Okay, let me explain something to you because, again, these types of people are just absolutely lost up their own assholes. There is no world but their own, but what's in their head. They have all of this head canon about how the law works, what their quote-unquote rights are, and all this kind of stuff because they read some retard's thread on Reddit. Look, here's the deal. Law enforcement shows up. They're going to give you a lawful command to disperse. That's it, right? You can't just keep blocking traffic. You can't keep blocking the roadway. It's one you can protest. You can express your First Amendment opinions all you want. You don't have a right to disrupt public safety. You don't have the right to block and occupy a public thoroughfare, right? Unless you, and there's ways to do it. Like you file a permit. We'd like to have this portion of this street blocked off. We're going to hold a rally, a protest or something. There's ways to do that. But when you just show up, police are going to disperse you because that's their job. Because, your right to speech, your freedom of speech doesn't include going out and obstructing interstates and highways and everything else, right? So the police, I'm guessing here, because I don't know exactly what went on in this situation, but I'm going to take a very, very educated guess here and say that police told them to disperse. They repeatedly refused to comply with the lawful order, and then the police said, okay, fine, we're done. You're all under arrest. A bunch of overgrown children is all this is. There's too many little overgrown children here that didn't get their asses whipped enough. They didn't get spanked enough when they were kids. Is what this boils down to. What a shit show. What an absolute shit show. What else have you got, Nick, man? You're going to fill my feed tonight. A rider just spit on police and instantly got lit up by munitions. Excellent. Let's watch this, and then I'll explain that, yes, actually, spitting on somebody, especially a Leo, is legally considered, at least in every state that I'm aware of, assault. Oh, shit, that is loud. Sorry about that. That blew up. Wait. We had that one clip that was, like, super quiet, and I boosted it. I need to unboost it. Let me do that. So I apologize about that. Holy shit, that was really loud.
If I had to estimate, I'm really bad at estimating people, dude. But 10, let's say there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
Told you I won, nigga. Told you.
Oh, over 200 something bucks or something.
Oh boy, here comes. I'm gonna show up the police, and I'm gonna be like the cool guy for all my friends, and I'm gonna get social media street cred. I have a feeling this doesn't end well for this moron.
Told you I won, nigga. Told you.
Oh, over 200.
Ooh, he N-worded him. At least he didn't have the hard R.
Some bucks or something. Like 200.
Oh, spit at him. Spit at him right there. Spit at him.
Dollars, sorry.
I missed.
Over 200 bucks.
Do it, homie. That shit don't hurt me.
You can hear the pop, 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 pop. Oh, he ran like a little bitch after that one, too. Yeah, I'm going to show you. Hey, look, I'm going to go and spit on you. Boy, he hauled ass. He ran like a bitch. There's all these protests is one thing that's consistent. There is hardly ever an American flag seen. Most of the ones you do see are combined with the Mexican flag. The rest of them are Mexican flags. I've seen Palestinian shit out there. And yeah, you got somebody right there wearing the head job or the hijab, the headgear. I was going to say the headgear or the hijab, and it came out wrong. Again, take from it what you will. This did not work the way I thought it would. Hundreds of protesters just appeared out of nowhere in downtown Los Angeles, and LAPD are totally absent. Well, that's probably why we're seeing them show up now. This is new. Random massive group of protesters just showed up here. Hundreds. This is not organic. They've taken over, and I still don't see a single LAPD officer per Bill Meliguin. I don't know who that is, but let's look at this clip that Nick shared. And again, this is happening so quickly. There's so many different news organizations with different cameras in different positions around downtown Los Angeles. It's impossible to keep up with them all.
Factors onto it. Yeah, we've got some action here, Aaron. Apologize. I want to go back to Bill Melugin. He's live there. He and Tommy Chu is his photographer.
She got a little street burn with that one. Boy, they dragged her across that concrete like a cheap whore.
Factors onto it. Yeah, we've got some action here, Aaron. Apologize. I want to go back to Bill Melugin. He's live there. He and Tommy Chu is.
Again, don't fight police. Don't antagonize police. This is what's going to happen to you, especially when you put law enforcement in a situation where you have deliberately tried to outnumber them as a threat. And make no mistake, these peaceful protesters are there to try to threaten police.
Factors onto it. Yeah, we've got some action here, Aaron. Apologize. I want to go back to Bill Melugin. He's live there. He and Tommy Chu is his photographer. Bill, what are you seeing? Because we're seeing a lot.
Hey, Trace, well, this...
I said her. I know it's June, and it's Pride Month. I don't want to assume it's gender.
New, random, massive group of protesters just showed up here. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. We're walking behind them trying to catch up right now. They've taken over the street. I don't see any LAPD here. They've got like their own vehicle convoy.
So I'm guessing even the boys in black there, those feds? Because they kind of look like municipal police uniforms, but I'll defer to the reporters who were on the scene.
They've taken over the street. I don't see any LAPD here. They've got like their own vehicle convoy. You'll notice it's all foreign flags. Tommy, if you can just kind of pan off, it's all Mexican flags, Palestinian flags, flags from like El Salvador.
I told you.
It's all foreign. And they have their own little vehicle convoy here.
There you go. They just showed up. And what did he say? I just said this before I played this clip. I had not seen this. Mexican flags, Palestinian flags, flags from El Salvador. We love America. Please.
Here, right now, I don't see a single LAPD officer. Let me turn around and show you how long this convoy goes through downtown LA. You can see all the way in the background, more Mexican flags, more vehicles. I do not know where this group came from. We were chasing an entirely different group earlier with LAPD, and then this one comes out of nowhere. This is even bigger than the initial group we were with when LAPD was.
I wonder where. I wonder what Democrat organization is funding this. Oh my God. They're using all the last of the leftover USAID money or something here.
Pushing them around. So again, I'm not seeing a single law enforcement officer anywhere. Heads up, watch out for these cars, Tommy. We're gonna keep walking down this way and see if we can catch up with them. Yeah, they're shooting fireworks. You might be able to hear that too. LAPD has a helicopter above us now, so they're going to be watching this. I'm not hearing any sirens or anything yet, still not seeing any cruisers, but they clearly have eyes on this, which is, again, a huge convoy. They keep shooting off fireworks. We're going to keep trying to follow them here. So I would imagine, Trace, it's a matter of time before LAPD tries to respond with some units here, because this is the biggest protest group we've seen of the day so far. And I honestly have no idea where they came from, because we were following that other big group, and then this one just showed up out of nowhere. And again, they've got dozens upon dozens of vehicles all waving flags. They're all part of this convoy. These people are just getting in the back of a truck right here now, a random truck that showed up. They got their sign. So it looks like they're just scooping people up as they go who support them. And again, you see all these Mexican flags and everything. Zero LAPD so far, but they do have a helicopter above us. So Trace, I'll send it back to you. We're going to keep walking ahead, and we're going to see if we can actually catch up with this.
Holy God. It's unbelievable. Just the level of insanity. I mean, I don't even know. It's crazy. Yeah, I see the thing about the bionic face shields and all this kind of stuff. Let me head back over here. I want to bring back in the live feed. I don't know. Hopefully that they have largely gotten control of this tonight. Obviously, there's still quite a few people out there. They're trying to clear these streets still on Los Angeles's downtown LA, rather.
Weapons right now, you can see. Again, behind the police here, there's like 100 police cars. I'm not exaggerating. I've seen it on a scanner. There's an enormous amount of police cars behind those police. Oh, what's happening? I just posted the link to AXN News in the chat. I really appreciate them letting us use the stream. I'm paying for the stream, but it's really nice of AXN News to let us use it. And he specializes in LA news live streams. He's really good. You can check him out on AXN News on YouTube. I just posted the link.
Someone just threw something.
You wonder how long they let them burn themselves out. I think this is about 10 minutes behind reality, so let me kind of bump it up. Looks like this is still... Oh, okay.
I don't think.
So they so here's this is about where they start moving the crowd. Let's see how this
goes. Here the police come. Look at this. The police are coming. Police are coming right now. A big amount of police just pulled up. Here you go. We just saw a lot of police just walk up there. A lot of police.
Backup's coming in deep.
And that's not the Ventura, I don't think. There were some Ventura officers before in the tan, but maybe that's LAPD. I'm not sure. So that clearly was a move right there. They're moving forward now. Okay, here we go. They are moving forward on 2nd Street. They are finally clearing out the street, which is, we've been waiting for this, expecting they would do this. Great job by AXN News. Okay, now what's happening?
Got the flashbangs. Yep, here we go.
We're hearing fireworks.
Yep, they're throwing fireworks.
They're telling the press to move.
Yep.
They're telling the press to move.
You have to. Because you can't start delineating, go, who's really the press and who's not. You know, everybody with an iPhone out there could call themselves the press.
Look at this. Great camera work by AXN News. Yeah, they're clearing everybody out. See, they're right against the wall there. Wow. Are they firing at all, like, rubber foam projectiles or pepper spray or any pepper bullets? It looks like some fire is actually coming from the.
They probably got those 40 mics out there, man. Somebody's going to get hit with some rubber for sure.
But yeah, they're all the way
40 millimeter rubber.
All right, it's going down.
Yep, see, okay, so they pushed in, they cleared that block, they pushed him into the next intersection, restage, regroup, recoalesce, continue the dispersal.
Water bottles in through.
Wow.
See, again, you throw shit at cops, it's not incumbent upon them to sit there and play a guessing game about what you were throwing at them. They're going to take it as a threat. They're not mind readers. They're not going to sit there and go, "Oh, is there water in that bottle, or is it a flammable accelerant? Is it a Molotov cocktail?"
The police fire that are filled with chemical irritants.
Right.
So he just
disperse. You don't want to follow lawful commands? We'll go to the next phase. We'll put rubber at you. We'll put tear gas at you.
Hope he's okay. You can hear him.
If somebody gets shot in the dick with a 40 mic, I'll be so happy tonight. Please. Please. Big old 40 millimeter rubber round to the dick.
Wow. I feel bad for him.
God, can we do pay-per-view for that?
See, he said tear gas. Sean mentioned well, what's happening now? Oh, firework landed right at the police. Look, Sean mentioned it seems to be CHP police, California Highway Patrol, is it?
Yes, the Stadies.
Is that what it is? I'm not sure.
I guess.
But you saw that fire. Oh, they just threw tear gas. Just threw tear gas, I think. Wow, incredible work by AXN News.
Yes, indeed. And look,
again, I'm paying AXN News for the stream, but I really appreciate it.
We're following this, agenda-free. We're doing our We've been cutting in and out of this.
He's doing an amazing job.
This is a great little channel, agenda-free. I just found them today, so you guys go check them out.
People are throwing bottles, water bottles, glass bottles.
Wow.
Police are returning fire. There's the incoming fireworks here. A lot of tear gas. A lot of tear gas in the air.
It is. I mean, look at this. This is Los Angeles, California. Welcome to Earth. This is the newest third world country on Earth. That's what we're looking at here. You're looking at, South Africa. You're looking at. Basically, God, it just, again, boggles the mind what we're watching here. But you are watching a completely dysfunctional society that has all been engineered, wittingly or otherwise, over the course of several decades by the Democrat Party. This is what you wind up with.
Who's got water? Who got water?
Tear gas. Oh, no.
Water.
Yeah, Venezuela.
Oh, wow.
Water?
Which clip?
I got you.
Which clip are you talking about?
AXN News got some tear gas.
God damn. Oh. Yeah. That was him.
No, because I saw him. I handed it to him.
Yeah.
I'm going to go around because he get a better angle.
Sure.
Live feed right now.
Hey, how far do you got to go around? Should we go around? It's kind of a good spot behind the cops here. You guys want to try to go around? Oh, more police. I don't know, that's where you get all like nobody else is gonna have this angle. And I think going around it might take a while. I'm not even sure we can get over there.
All right, guys, we are 14 subscribers away from 1,000. 14 subscribers away from 1,000. There's 14 of you out there watching still that have not yet subscribed. Let's get it done. Share it out. Hit the like button. We're almost there. I'd love to hit it tonight.
Police are moving east on 2nd Street. Now the 2nd and San Pedro still are taking over.
That's exactly right. Keep repeating a
More
line.
police, as you can see.
All right, let me navigate away from this for a bit. I'll keep an eye on that. If anything, don't know if they're going to go into phase 2 here, but we're very close. We're about 14. We're about 14 subscribers away from hitting the 1,000 threshold, which is one of the 2 primary criteria for monetization. We're going to go a long way tonight to getting the. We need to get a total of 4,000 watch hours. We have a lot of new content coming. We're just getting started here. And obviously porting over from the main channel tonight was a big help. So it looks like local law enforcement's on the move again. See if we can.
Basically, a lot of people took over an intersection and they're clearing them out, but we haven't been seeing much destruction today. It was one restaurant that looked like it might have gotten broken into, and then some protesters were trying to get people to not go break into it.
So what I'm hearing is that now that there has been an overwhelming show of force by law enforcement, especially by bringing in so many additional federal resources, that the protesters tonight have seemingly been comparably deterred from some of the extreme acts of violence that they committed prior to that. It's an incredible concept.
A lot of the crowd. I don't know if they look like most of them went east towards like Alameda.
Yeah, it's looking like they got this pretty well cleaned out. Let's see here. Hopefully that will kind of do it for the evening here for them, and hopefully things in Los Angeles will settle down. I'm going to see if there's anything that is of more. Oh my God, Antonio Brown is not stopping with Gavin Newsom's wife. Jesus, peace. I just saw this. What is this? Oh God, I'm looking at this weird AI Greta Thunberg video. That's beyond nuts. Let me go with see if there's anything else of value out here. Oh God, Randy Weingarten, all these teachers union people that are absolutely bonkers. Oh, this was one thing. I'm going to bring this up because I did think this was quite entertaining. Hillary Clinton is not entertaining, but some of the stupid shit she says is. Hillary Clinton had to turn the comments off on this post rather quickly. She posted this earlier today. California Governor Gavin Newsom didn't request the National Guard be deployed to his state following the peaceful demonstrations. Sure. Trump sent them anyway. It's the first time in 60 years a president has made that choice. Again, there is one bit of credit that I will give to some of these left-wing politicians that more than one of them, including Hillary Clinton, have slipped up and said the quiet part out loud that yes, actually, the president, in this case Donald Trump, does have the legal authority to do this. Comments are off. You come out there, again, smartest woman in the world, the smartest woman that ever lived, right? Hillary Clinton, that's what we were told. Maybe not as smart as Kamala Harris. Maybe not quite that smart. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe not as smart as Kamala Harris. Maybe. Yeah. But turn the comments off. I'm sure things did not go well in that post. But we've seen all this before today. I think let me go back. Yeah, people are just kind of going home now. It's amazing what kind of show of force that law enforcement can muster out there and the effect that it has. Again, this idea that, oh, everything was fine, everything was under control, everything was hunky-dory before Donald Trump came in, right? Everything was just fine. Nothing was wrong. I'm trying to find the right one here. That's the one I want. Nothing was wrong. Everything was under control before Donald Trump got there. Nobody had to worry about anything. But yeah, oh no, he totally screwed the pooch. It was all his fault. It's all his fault. But be that as it may, we had a great inaugural episode here of Renegade Nation. Now, we are still going to need to do some live streams going forward, which I plan to do, because we do really need to get this channel to monetization as quickly as possible. I'm sure there are going to be some clips that will be cracked off from this live show. I am going to remove the live show from the main channel. It will only be available here, and it will not be hidden because I want people to come back here to watch it. So I want people to make sure that they can come back this way and do that. So it's going to be a little bit of a dance as we continuously kind of build the algorithm here, but there will be some original videos. I could not pass this up. There was frankly too much going on with this news story to, originally the intention was, hey, I'll come home, I'll cut a video and we'll start putting I was like, it keeps going. It keeps happening. This needed to be done live. We had a great first show here. We have really, really great first show. I think where are we at right now? We are at 1,000. We have just hit, ladies and gentlemen, we have just hit 1,000 subscribers for Renegade Nation. I think we'll put a pin in it right there. We hit the mark. Now we've got to get the watch hours up. We probably put a big dent in it tonight, and hopefully people will continue to come back here to my regular Renegade Nation audience, to the Valiant Renegade fandom out there. Please make sure, if you didn't catch it all, come back and watch it here on Renegade Nation. If you want to share it out, when we start putting clips from this, please make sure you watch the clips. This is super important for this channel right now. We've got to get it over the hump. I know you guys can help me do it. So make sure that we get there so we can get this off and rolling, because I'm really excited about this channel. tonight, giving you a taste of what we're going to be doing. But I do expect the main set of legs for this channel for the long term to be more of the, quick, short form videos, which is kind of why I did this. I don't have to be hemmed in to just talking about Hollywood entertainment industry stuff so much like we do on the main channel. I love doing that, but there's a lot of other things I want to discuss, which is why I'm doing this, right? Which is why we're doing this channel a little bit differently. So I really appreciate everybody out there. And remember, for the Democrats,
try harder not to suck.
I don't know if they can. How about a little Joe Dirt?
Well, I see you got them snakes and sparklers, but where's good stuff?
Good stuff. This is the good stuff. Snakes and sparklers.
Are you nuts, dude? You need stuff to explode. Go boom.
Why is that good?
You might as well ask, why is the tree good? Why is the sunset good? Why are boobs good? Man, firecrackers. You stick them in mailboxes, you drop them in toilets, you shove them up bullfrogs.
I would never do that, because I'm going to be a veterinarian.
Well, there you go. Someone shoves an M80 up a bullfrog's butt, blows him to pieces. He comes back to you to fix it. You win twice, brother. It's good biz. So you're going to tell me that you don't have no black cats, no Roman candles, or screaming mimes?
No.
Oh, come on, man. You don't got no lady fingers, buzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, gut busters, zippity doo-dahs, or crap platters?
No, I don't.
You're going to stand there owning a fireworks stand and tell me you don't have no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, Husker do's, Husker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy-daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser?
Yeah, just a few final shots here from what we've got. This is from Fox News. This is Santa Ana, California. Looks like a lot of the same thing. Just trying to get these streets cleared right now.
Trump's policies.
So I wanted to switch over to this one just to see.
Why would these Democrat cities, I understand it's a sanctuary city, like Los Angeles, and why would they let it get this far? Is this kind of a last-ditch effort to try and make Trump look bad? Or are they really trying to push back hard on ICE? Because, I mean, you know better than anyone what it takes to be a part of ICE and what they go through.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think there is this desire to always make Donald Trump look bad, so they figure if there's any sort of chaos, at least a good, some of it will be attributed to Donald Trump fairly or not. And I think that, they from 2020, they learned a.
I think we all know the answer to this. We know why they're doing it for the multitude of reasons we've discussed ad nauseum on this show. We'll continue to cover this as the week goes on. I can't promise you that we'll do another live show this week, but I want everybody to stay tuned. We'll be sharing this out. I don't know if I'll do another tandem stream like we did tonight where we're broadcasting to both channels. I think we got the message out. I want to try to get people here so we can have all the audience show up for this kind of thing here on this channel to begin with. And hopefully we can keep this momentum up at least until we get to monetization. There might be a little bit of a gear shift after that to where we will definitely try to shift into more videos, because YouTube still wants us to make videos, not live streams. That's how channels grow. But we will continue to cover this. I appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate everybody's support. Appreciate the Renegade Nation. God bless you all, because this has been a hell of a ride for the last few years. And I'm very much hoping that the next 4 to 5 years will be as great as the last 4 to 5 with this new channel. And then we'll continue to grow this entire community as we have been up to this point. So thank you all so much. I think we're going to get on out of here for the night. And yeah, we'll see where we go from here. I'm excited about this. Let's get these watch hours up. Thank you, Renegade Nation. Thank you for all the super chat support earlier tonight. Much appreciated. I don't know, is Jeremy still going? Get on over to D-Day Cobra and Cobra Cast if Jeremy is still going. But until next time, take care. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you all for joining us.